We are live!
Hello!
Hello.
Hello, everyone. And speaking of hello there, I just want, everyone to know that the Kenobi video is happening. It is pretty much done. I just need to, do a double check and render it, and it will be premiering tomorrow.
I'm so excited. I know you've been working on this one forever.
Oh, I know. It was originally just going to be a quick video to do in between my Halo videos, and then it very quickly was like, no, this video is going to be over an hour long.
It just spiraled out of control.
It did.
It'd be like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because then there was like, oh, I need to mention this, and then I had to add 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, just to talk about stuff. And I eventually I got to the point where I'm like, okay, this is just going to be a big project now. This is no longer a side thing.
That's weird. What's going? Apparently on the YouTube stream, my PvP is having an error. It's weird because I can see it here on the Streamlabs, but I'm opening up YouTube and I don't know what's going on.
Oh.
Let me see. Let me check my settings. Let me check. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to leave the studio and jump back in and see if that's what it is.
Okay. All right.
See you in a minute.
Yeah, I was actually just checking the stream on YouTube's end, and I was just thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, what's wrong with Angel's icon?
It could not handle Bayonetta's beauty.
No, of course. I like how I'm just Deadpool, and then I'm just surrounded by waifus.
It'd be like that.
There we go.
We're Tim's angels.
Except for me, I'm a witch.
No, this is when you say, you're not a witch, I'm your wife.
I am Halloween Bayonetta. I found this fan art. It is super cute.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's fine on YouTube's end now for you.
Yeah, I pulled it up on my phone. It looks like it's there, so it's all good. I think some introductions are in order, by the way.
Yes.
Because a couple of people might not know certain people below.
Yes.
So
who wants to go first?
You're the channel owner. Introduce our friends.
Okay, all right. All right. Here's Just Absolutely Super.
Hi, that's me.
Yeah, she is the Yucatan, who's a zombie for a Halloween spoopy.
Zombie
Yucatan!
nurse.
And we have
I adore.
Yeah, and we also have Julie.
Hello.
As Witch Edelgard.
With the kitty cat Hubert.
Yeah,
For those who remember, Julie was actually on a video with me and Coolman, the Persona one that was forever, the one comparing the Persona 4 anime to the Persona 5 anime.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one where we did it as a Discord call, and I made a frame for that and everything.
Yeah, we rambled.
That was a good video, though.
Yeah.
So Julie, make sure your fire alarm doesn't go off like last time.
Don't worry, my mom's the only one who cooks here, and she does not have that kind of incident.
Okay, good. So no Yukiko in the kitchen.
No.
All right. So no mystery food X. We're all good.
Yes.
Wise Wolf, I am not being lazy. I am on time. I am prepared. I am not noms. I'm not 20 minutes late, and then I stumble in and I'm like, hey guys, you see, it wasn't my fault. I was going through coffee withdrawals.
Hey, he doesn't drink coffee anymore. We can't make fun of him for that anymore.
No, but he has used that excuse many times, and I will continue to make fun of him for it.
Oh, and if anybody's wondering about Starbucks.
Yeah.
If anybody's wondering about the change in my username here, I actually changed it on my YouTube as well, because at some point in the near future, once I figure out how, listen, technology is hard to understand, but I want to actually get back into YouTube videos again. I used to do it way back when, but they were crap. But I want to do some streaming. I want to stream video games and just chat and chill. So I thought I'd do a name that'd be a little bit more fitting for that. But I still wanted to keep the Angel nickname since that's how everybody knows me as. So yeah, but also Bayonetta witch icon. It's such cute art. I was like, oh my gosh, I love it. Especially because it's Bayo 3. I can't wait. That game's coming out soon. Anyway, I'm sure we've delayed long enough.
Yeah. So the whole thing that we are here for is to do Zelda game rankings.
I made this tier list. So to explain the tier list for the chat. So Triforce tier is the equivalent of S tier games. So obviously those are games that we adore, games we will play over and over and over again, like high replay value, things we think are some of the best of the Zelda. Doesn't mean they're perfect, but it has the best aspects that we love in Zelda. Master Sword tier is your A tier. Not quite the S tier, but still fantastic, amazing games that we probably have replayed maybe a couple times. Games that still have some of what Zelda has to offer that's really, really fantastic. Hylian Shield tier is your B tiers, which are really good games. Games that we've probably replayed maybe once. Maybe we didn't replay at all, but we still really enjoyed them. Hookshot tier is your C tier. They're games that we think are pretty much okay. They're not horrible, but they're still just, they're decent. Maybe we've only played once, but we don't really have the strongest desire to go back and replay it. Empty Bottle tier is games we've never played before. We can't really form any opinion on them because we've never played them. But how we'll do the never played game tier, high Empty Bottle tier is basically, even though we've never played this, I have a strong desire to play it. Versus lower, I really have no desire to ever play it at all. Pay Tingle tier, for anybody who knows Wind Waker. Oh, I hated paying that guy. Pay Tingle tier is F tier. A little awful. Just awful.
Tingle.
Do not recommend. Have played it. Do not recommend. Now, how we'll go about this also is if it doesn't matter if we finished a game or not. What counts on Empty Bottle tier is you have not played it at all. Another thing is if one person has played it in the 4 of us, it does not belong in Empty Bottle tier because of at least somebody is able to keep it above the empty bottle. Also, you'll notice that we only have like one version of certain mainline games that have had multiple versions re-released and stuff like that. Whether they've been ported to other systems, whether they've had remakes or remasters, we are not judging things on individual level, but in totality. So, for example, like if somebody were to bring up Ocarina of Time, you're not going to bring up just the N64 version. You're bringing up in totality. Our whole conversation would be about every version of Ocarina of Time. The N64 release, the GameCube, the 3DS, the ports, like freaking on the Nintendo Online service, like all of it in totality. That's what this is all about. So that's why it's no remakes, no remasters, just mainline games in totality and spinoffs. So now that we have the ground rules set, let the games begin.
All right. So first up is actually an interesting game. It is A Link Between Worlds.
I love that
I
game.
love A Link Between Worlds. It's so good.
It really does take like A Link to the Past's formula and just improve it.
It really does. I think, and A Link to the Past was my very first Zelda game. I adore it.
Yes, that was my first Zelda game when I was a kid.
And so when A Link Between Worlds was announced, I was very excited. And it very much is, especially whenever you first boot up the game and you see the overworld map and especially Hyrule Castle, you're like, oh my gosh, this takes me back.
Yeah.
If you played A Link to the Past. It took me back. I was like, oh my goodness. It's like A Link to the Past, but in 3D. But it's a distant sequel. It's very cute. Fantastic, like little side characters and side quests. And it's the whole, play things in whatever order you want, like in terms of dungeons, which the original Link to the Past kind of had going for it. And I feel like they were prepping for Breath of the Wild in a way with it.
Angel, wait, stop. You were roboting. I couldn't
was?
understand a single word you were saying there.
Internet. But I feel like they were prepping a Breath of the Wild basically with A Link to the Past because it came A Link Between Worlds because with the whole like playing whatever order you want to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I also think it was interesting that they took out the instead of just flying.
What's
You
going on
okay
in the
there?
background? Somebody's got something going on in the background.
Oh,
Not
sorry.
me.
I was plugging in my laptop. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just in a link Between Worlds. It was really interesting that they took out you finding like the items and then said you bought them from Ravio's shop.
Well, rent them. You could, and then you can buy them permanently. But what I liked about that is you could have all of the items you want for each dungeon at the start renting. Now, granted, if you died, game over, then everything went back to Ravio's shop. So then you had to run back there. So that could get a little annoying, I suppose.
Well,
I mean,
I actually never ran into that problem because I always grinded for rupees and bought everything straight out. I never rented.
Hey, chat, I am not a robot. How dare you? After all we've been through. Okay. So let's go from like anytime we go to a game, bottom to top. Janie, what would you rank, in your personal opinion, A Link Between Worlds?
Probably Master Sword, in my opinion. I don't have the nostalgia with A Link to the Past, but like I just really love this game. I remember loving it a lot. I really need to replay it.
Julie, what would you rank it?
I think either Master Sword or Highland Shield. I'm kind of torn on that because I don't, like Janie, I don't have the nostalgia for like A Link to the Past. But I thought it was a really cute game. I love the characters. I found it really charming.
Okay, so I guess my turn. I would say, depending on what other games, where we put them later on, A Link Between Worlds is either going to be a high Hylian Shield or a low Master Sword tier. I think it's really charming and it's a really fantastic game. I haven't replayed it yet. I do have a strong desire to do so, though. And I feel like it would really fit for both of them. It just really depends on where we will rank other games, and that will depend on if Link Between Worlds gets bumped up or bumped down, depending on discussion. But for now, I would put it as a low Master Sword tier.
I would put it in Master Sword tier. I really like this game.
That's just that. You're just like, no,
Yeah.
we're just putting it here.
Yeah, I mean, if we do want to move it, like if we decide we want to change it up and move it down here as a high Hylian Shield, that's the lowest I think it would go. But for now, I want to put that in Master Sword tier.
Oh my goodness, my dog is climbing on me. Stop it, Phoenix. Please do not. I love you, baby.
Okay. So
what was that?
That's
I jiggled my headphones.
Stop your jiggling.
Hey, I'm Bayonetta. I'm the only one that can jiggle.
Hey, I'm Deadpool. I'm all about the jiggle.
Pervert.
Hey, I'm the one jiggling. Excuse you.
All right, next up. I believe this was the only Tingle game that did get released overseas. I think it's safe to assume that all of us are going to put it in empty bottle tier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the same with the one that no one played.
Other than people
unless
in
you're
Japan.
in Japan. Yeah.
I didn't know those games existed. I'm not going to lie.
Well,
yeah, I didn't either. I was like, I looked at it, I was like, can we just put in the Tingle? The Tingle.
Yeah, so
tier?
well, Tingle tier is it like you hate it. We can't hate it because we've never played them. Now, the reason we've never played them, I don't know about the one that did get released overseas. I think that one might have just gotten to Europe. I don't know if that ever came to America. I do know, though, that there's a very good reason for it because of those games came out after Wind Waker. And well, after Wind Waker, American audiences utterly despise Tingle. This is why we have the pay Tingle tier because goodness gracious, Tingle, that little greedy.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a reason why in Wind Waker HD that one of the things that they altered significantly was the Triforce quest. because
greedy little man-child.
People were so sick of it, and especially how long it took. You had to keep going back to Tingle.
Well, and if you didn't have a
over.
whole lot of money, then you had to constantly grind for rupees to pay him.
Yeah.
Tingle. So yeah, that's why America never got it, because Japan's like, Americans hate this guy. So, but Japan absolutely love him. They find him hilarious.
He's not funny.
No, not really.
Well, it's just, it shows how funny like things could transcend from different cultures depending on.
Well,
okay, so I was right. It was the first one was only released in Europe. Thank you, Connor. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Well, Japan just finds him funny, Ronan. Like a lot of man-children characters are considered especially hilarious in a lot of Japanese media. Like to them, it's very quirky, it's funny. They see it as hilarious, and humor. It just depends on like what's funny to Americans. A lot of Japanese audiences will be like, "What? Why do Americans find that funny?"
Yeah, it's a cultural thing. So when Americans look at a 35-year-old man, midget who's dressing like a fairy, a lot of us just don't quite see the comedy in that character. He's just weird.
I didn't know he was 35.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said he's a man-child.
Yeah, he's
literally
a literal man-child.
I thought he was 40.
Oh, well.
You're like, I thought it was worse, actually.
He does kind of look older than he actually is. He's kind of got an old man face, actually, now that I look at him.
Yeah. It's even worse in Majora's Mask when he was introduced. He looks really old and creepy.
I don't know if he was 35 in Majora's Mask, though, but nobody hated him back then because of his weirdness was probably... First of all, he wasn't as weird in Majora's Mask, and second of all, a lot of things were weird in Majora's Mask. So he kind of fit the tone of that game. But Tingle is actually 3 Jappies year old. What is that sound?
I have no idea what that sound is.
Sounds like a phone.
Who's that coming from?
My phone's going off.
Okay, now it's gotten quiet. I'm scared. Is everyone okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. So next up, this is, I believe, Four Swords, not Adventure, just the original Four Swords. Now, a history lesson for those who don't know. Four Swords was a multiplayer game that came with the Game Boy version of A Link to the Past.
Yes, I remember. I own that version. I played it.
Yeah. So I have a feeling you ladies have probably never played it before. I played only a little of it. It's just a multiplayer. It's really not that deep.
Yeah, I never played it.
It's kind of in the.
Okay. I never played it.
I would call it okay. Like I feel like Four Swords Adventure refined the mechanics a little bit better, especially with the whole 4-player thing.
Yeah.
I was like, I liked it as a kid, fine, but it's not something I would go back to.
Yeah.
So that was quick.
Yeah, I feel like we can put that on the lower end, not because it's bad. It's just it's okay.
All right.
Yeah, it was just a side mode in the port of the Link to the Past. So it wasn't even really meant to be its own thing. It was just
yes, Connor, that would be the anniversary version. That's where I got the image from, is the anniversary version of Four Swords. And next up,
Minish Cap.
Minish Cap. Oh, it was a cute game.
I actually never owned this game.
Oh, yeah.
I never played this either.
I played it. I liked it, but
good. It's cute.
I liked it, but it's hook shot tier for me. Like, it's not bad, but it wasn't one of my favorites.
I would put it actually in Hylian Shield tier. I think it's a good game. I liked the shrinking mechanic. I thought it was great. Plus, it timeline wise comes play after Skyward Sword,
I believe.
So it comes before Ocarina of Time. So it's still one of the earliest games in the timeline. And it establishes that and it came up with lore for why Link finds items in the grass and pots and stuff like that. It's the little
The Minish.
yeah, and their little village. Like they would put things and hide them for, basically for the children to discover, like rupees and hearts and things like that. And and I think that's so funny that they're like, let's come up with a lore reason for why Link hides these things.
I guess the Minish just took a break with Breath of the Wild. Like
Apparently, in Breath of the Wild, apparently they were going to add in the whole little Minish village.
Yeah.
But it got cut.
Oh, that sucks.
I hope they do that in Breath of the Wild too. That would be really cool to incorporate.
Oh, plus another great thing about the Minish Cap, it introduced Vati.
Yes, I know Vati is a fan favorite villain.
Vati's a great villain. I liked him in Minish Cap. I loved him in Four Swords Adventure. Like, yes, I would say highly in tier for me. Like, I guess to compensate, since Janie's the only other person to play, when other games come on the list, I would suggest maybe low Hylian shield tier.
But it's been like years since I played it. I think I played it when I was like 10 or something.
It's very cute. I think it's super cute. Plus, it continues the really cute, timeless, like Toon Link style that's been like going on for a while. I love it.
Speaking of Toon Link,
it has been a while since I have played that, though. I would agree.
Well, and here's another weird thing. I never played either of the DS Zelda games. I've never touched them once.
I suggest trying them. Like,
I do want to play them. It's weird. It wasn't like any like disinterest or something. I just never really thought about them.
If I'm going to be perfectly honest, now as somebody who has only played both of them once, I would say Phantom Hourglass would be high hookshot tier. It's not bad.
I agree.
It's just okay. I think the problem is it follows up Wind Waker, and Wind Waker does set a high bar, especially in terms of story.
Yeah, and then I heard the biggest criticism of that was the big dungeon thing. The what was it called?
The Ocean King Temple.
Yes, the Ocean King Temple.
It was its own water temple.
That you have to go back time after again. That was what killed most of my enjoyment of Phantom Hourglass. But it's not bad. It's okay.
Yeah, it's really just decent.
Yeah, like there are no in terms of like the Zelda games, there are very few of the ones that matter. There are no bad ones. I mean, you have to go to like the CDI games to get like genuinely bad.
Spoilers.
But, yeah.
I think everyone knows that.
Like my feelings for Phantom Hourglass is just like meh. But I don't hate it.
I don't either, and it's also got it's got Link and Tetra from Wind Waker. You love them, and it's okay. Even the touchscreen.
I didn't even finish it.
Stuff like it's okay. I think Spirit Tracks. Well, spoilers when we get to it. I think Spirit Tracks refined the gameplay is also what helped it a lot in like later installment.
You know what I think would be really neat is if they gave it a Link's Awakening style remake on the Switch.
Oh yeah.
Sort of like drop all the excessive touchscreen uses and made it play more traditionally and just sort of
see, that's the one thing I wish for Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. With Phantom Hourglass, I think it's just okay. But for both of them, I think they probably, first of all, a lot of people overlooked them. And I think it's just because they were on the handheld and not mainline, like Wind Waker and all the other ones were. I feel like if they were put on a mainline console, like polished up, put it in the Wind Waker HD engine, I think more people would give them a chance, more eyes on it. And plus, like Wind Waker HD it's got a really good engine, really polished. So I think both games would play well to it. But that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, because these are games that I feel like, because I mean, as a big Zelda fan, I've always been a Zelda fan, and both of them flew right under my radar.
So yeah, I think we're all in agreement. Okay tier, hookshot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah.
Four Swords Adventure.
I loved Four Swords Adventure.
The real question
I
is
did not-
better than Minish Cap or not?
See, I've never played Minish Cap, so I can't really say.
I did not play this, but my brother did. But like, as far as I know, I guess he thought it was okay.
See, I really liked it. The question is, this is tough because Vati's the villain in both of them. I
I played
feel
like half an hour of this, I think. Like like it was fine, but I was like, I want to play Wind Waker more, so I just went back to Wind Waker.
if I'm going to be honest with myself, I would still put Minish Cap above Four Swords Adventure. And I think it's just because of, if I'm going to just be honest with myself, it's really just because of I prefer Vati in Minish Cap. He's still good in Four Swords Adventure, but I feel like I got to know him a little bit better in Minish Cap. Granted, it was the origin of him, so I don't know if that's fair, but
Charlie really likes Four Swords Adventure. He wants it all the way at the top.
send a super chat and maybe we will.
Yeah. Bribe me.
No, I'm just kidding. No, it's not S tier.
No.
Sorry. I can't be fair and do that, especially when some of the others haven't played it.
Yeah, so put it in Hylian Shield, just under Minish Cap.
I still think Vati is so good in Minish Cap. I'm gonna just have to still say Minish Cap still just tops it off. But it is definitely like it refined a lot of things from the little multiplayer of Four Swords. It was really cool.
Yeah.
And I remember like how there was like a way you could do like multiplayer with it on your GameCube with the 4 links.
Oh yeah, I did do that with my sisters.
Wait, no, Wise Wolf. Why would you say that?
No, wait, no, okay, no.
No,
I don't want him blowing that much money on super chats.
no, CT,
Okay.
stop it.
Oh,
Don't encourage him. No, because he'll do it.
Do not chat. Stop. The madman. No.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We need to move on to the next one.
Yeah. All right.
For the safety of Charlie's wallet, we're moving on to the next one.
Wind Waker.
Triforce.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Triforce.
Yeah. I don't think I don't think anyone would disagree with this. This is one of the best games in the series.
It is. And I feel like the reason I also want to put it in Triforce tier, this really needs to be stressed. The HD version is why. Especially because of how much, like, this is how you do a remake / remaster, whatever you want to call it, of a game previously. Like, it kept everything that we loved about the original, made it prettier. It added in some quality of life changes, like, like the fact that you could sail even faster.
Yeah.
And the Miiverse, like how it, the stupid, like there was a lot of things about Wind Waker that kept me from replaying it back when it was on the GameCube. Like I would replay it, but then I would stop at a certain point, erase the file, and then just play it over. And it was right up until the Triforce fetch quest. But I also hated doing some of the other side quests, especially the picture one. Because if it took forever to fill out, it's a limited amount. Like what was it, like 3 or something?
Yeah, I think it was 3.
It was originally
and then they extended it to 12, which is such an amazing thing. And then there's of course the selfie mode, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
And the Miiverse, like they utilized the Miiverse so that people, if they took a picture, you could throw it out into the Miiverse. So if you find the bottle, you could save that picture on your phone, and it helped people. So you could also help other people playing Wind Waker HD. All of us were all helping each other fill up that faster. Like that is so quality of life. It's so good. And there was also, so you brought it up before, the Tingle and the Triforce fetch quest. Good Lord. Did they fix so many issues with that?
Yeah, that was the big thing that, that along with the fast sale made it really improves that quest like significantly.
Like this is gold standard quality of life, how you touch upon, like it kept what was great, fixed the little flaws, and just overall polished it. And I feel like it's helped Wind Waker's reputation because of like Wind Waker always had its fans, but it also had its haters, and I feel like the HD version like silenced some of them, honestly,
Yeah.
because it made people willing to give it another chance. They're like, oh, and then they kind of realized their problems with Wind Waker were more of smaller problems that just kind of made it a hassle. And now they were just able to just enjoy it as it is. And it is a genuinely good game. It's got great bosses, great dungeons, fantastic music. As a music lover and somebody who's been in choir my whole life, the music in Wind Waker is so good. And it continues Ocarina of Time's story in a really fantastic way.
Yeah, it provides us with the most complex version of Ganondorf the series has
Yes!
ever had.
This is, I'm going to say this straight up. Best version of Ganondorf is Wind Waker.
Perhaps I coveted the wins.
Like, it gave him depth.
It made you feel sorry for him. Like, you can understand, sure, yeah, he was going to violently overthrow the kingdom and send it into despair. But, like, the reasons why he did it are like, you know, I can definitely see why.
And the fight with Ganondorf.
It's
Yes.
so good.
Like, this is something I think that whenever you have Ganondorf in, you need to have those one-on-one verses. Like, they did it in Wind Waker, they did it in Twilight Princess.
Ocarina kind of had a 1v1.
Yeah, you know, it had that, but it was obvious that, you know, that later games like Wind Waker definitely took it to the next level with the big fight.
Not to spoiler it, but I will say Wind Waker and one other game pretty much looked at Ocarina of Time as its blueprint.
Yeah.
And it said, what can we do? It also kind of, one of their inspirations was the Zelda games of old, because they wanted this big wide world that you could explore. I feel like they haven't hit the nail on the head just yet with that whole big wide world concept, but it's only because of there wasn't nearly enough islands I wanted to explore. Like, there's a lot of little ones. I felt like if they had a little bit more, they really would have nailed it perfectly.
Yeah, like that's the one thing about it. And this is one thing I kind of wish they did in the HD version. Like, this is just one of those like crazy ideas that would have been amazing. But like, it would have been cool if they replaced some of the like the completely nothing islands. Like, there are rocks. You just
could get like a rupees or like little like chests there or something.
Yeah, like there was just nothing to it. Like, if they replaced them with significant islands that had either some sort of gimmick
and stuff.
Yeah.
Or mini games.
Yeah.
Didn't you suggest, like, what if there was like a Lon Ranch type of island?
Yeah, a Lon Island. I remember I drew that out years ago. I think it was like right before Wind Waker HD came out, I think. And because
you and I got into a conversation about that. I'm remembering this now.
Yeah, because you know that was my idea, because I remember playing it now, because I 100% Wind Waker when I played it. I spent over 250 hours playing it. So when I mapped out, when I mapped out all of the islands, a lot, like, there were some cool side ones, like the GameCube shaped one, but then a lot of them were just okay. There's a chest here, and that's it. Okay. Like, I feel like that's one thing I feel like if they, because Wind Waker HD refined Wind Waker, but like, I do kind of wish they added a little bit some content.
This is like obviously wish fulfillment. Like,
it's absolutely like wishful thinking, but like, it's just one of those things where I'm like, you know, you remember like in Fire Red and Leaf Green where you had like the Sevi Islands?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I remember, this is back before the Wind Waker HD came out. I remember thinking, wouldn't it be really cool if you could like venture to this place beyond the borders and you had a group of other islands that you could go to?
Some other things that they could throw back to, like, I'm sorry, this is a nitpick of mine. It bothers me to high heaven that the Zoras became the Rito. Like, that bothers me. Oh, fish became birds. Like, oh, that bothers me so much. Especially because of right before Wind Waker, the game I played right before Wind Waker. Like, I remember, and I said to myself, I was finally going to beat a Zelda game, because I was not very good at games as a little kid. I just wasn't. But I wanted to beat the game, and the game was Majora's Mask. And so I played Majora's Mask right before Wind Waker, when Wind Waker came out. Yeah, and it's the Zora, you know, the saltwater Zoras. And I'm just like, wouldn't it make so much sense if the Zoras became
adapted to saltwater?
And they became the dominant species, basically, now that most of the planet was covered in water.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that was something that I thought about with the extended islands or something. If you could find a group of these Zoras, you could even say add lore to it that there were a group of Zora back when they were gifted the magical powers from what's his name that gave them the bird yeah, or the dragon guy.
Yeah,
because he was the one who gifted them the ability to turn into
Dragon Roost Island. Sorry, you just brought me back to my memory of sailing to Dragon Roost Island first time, and when those notes hit of the island theme, the da 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 da. It feels so good. I love the music of Wind Waker.
Yeah, I was just saying you can even establish that there were a group of Zora that absolutely didn't want to change. And there was this
Valu.
schism.
Wasn't it Valu, the name of the dragon?
Valu, yeah.
Yeah, Valu.
Yeah, it's you can even establish that there was that schism, and then there was a bunch of Zora that went off to the far seas or something.
Yes, Wolf. Thank you. That I know it's a nitpick, but that's exactly my mindset. Imagine being an underwater race, then the world becomes 90% water, and you decide to become a bird instead. That always bothered me.
Yeah. I think there was the reasoning was the salt water, the specific salt water didn't work with them or something.
Well,
but
no, I get it. They're freshwater, but it's not like freshwater fish haven't learned to adapt to saltwater before, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Fish turning into birds is just weird.
It's just
yeah.
It's just a strange job.
Yeah.
Oh, the world's flooded. Let's pray to the gods. We'll make you birds now, so that way you could be above. What? Why don't you just pray to the gods that you can live in salt?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and yeah.
This is one of the things that made Breath of the Wild happy. I was like, oh, Zora and Rito are a separate race as they should be. I always had this headcanon after Skyward Sword because I'm so mad about the whole Zora become Rito thing. As much as I adore Wind Waker, I always had this headcanon that the Loftwings eventually evolved into the Rito. And so I'm continuing to keep that headcanon for Breath of the Wild.
Oh, that's my headcanon too. It makes sense.
Yeah. You know what else would have been cool to add in the HD version?
What?
Pirate Gerudo.
Yes.
Just like Majora's Mask.
Yes. Oh, that would be so good. To see what happened to the Gerudo when the flood happened. The ones that made it to the mountains, and eventually, instead of bandits, they just, they were pirates.
Yeah. Yeah, and that would have been an homage to Majora's Mask, where the alternate the alternate universe version, the Termina Gerudo were just pirates. That was what they were instead of bandits.
I love Gerudo too. I just want to see more Gerudo in more games because I love them. They're cool. There's that sound again.
Oh, sorry. I might be clearing my throat, but I woke up not feeling.
Oh no! It wasn't a loud. It's this high pitch.
It's this high. Sound. Yeah, it's this high pitch sound.
Sounds like feedback or something.
Oh, it's stopped now. Whatever it was. That was weird.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh well.
I wonder if you had some sort of technology that was just close to your mic and it just gave off some sort of signal.
Freaking magnets! How do they work?
I know, right? Hello, Crimson Cloak. Yeah, we just started ranking some games. Wind Waker is Triforce tier, basically the A tier as it deserves, because Wind Waker is really good. I know we have little nitpicks, we were just going over nitpicks and wish fulfillment, but Wind Waker's good, guys. It's really good. Oh, the other thing that Wind Waker established, Zelda fighting alongside Link.
Yeah. Yeah,
I know Ocarina of Time had her give Link power and stuff like that, and a couple of games A Link Between Worlds had that too, where she gives Link the light arrows and things like that. That's another trope that they've established in Zelda. But I love that Wind Waker had Zelda fighting alongside you. And she's wielding the light arrows, and you got to distract Ganondorf so she can shoot him in the back with it. I'm like, oh, this is so good.
Yeah. Well, and I love Tetra. She's one of my favorite Zeldas. I think we have to get to Breath of the Wild.
Oh, spoiler if you've never played Wind Waker.
Does anyone not know?
That listen, there might be all two people who've never played Wind Waker. Okay. And they might be in the chat. You got to be nice, cool man.
Okay,
Jeez.
I really like Tetra. She's one of my favorite characters in the game.
A little tangent, but about Tetra. Remember whenever we were talking about Smash characters?
Yes.
And you were saying how cool it would be, like, for, like, since Sheik and Zelda were separated, what they could have done is they could have had Toon Zelda, and then she transforms into Tetra.
Yes.
I
Yes.
would love that.
And then, she's got, like, different little, like, she's got a little saber. She can, like, do a little this and that. And then
Well,
in
yeah.
Zelda, she's still got the magic. And then, but she's got her light arrows.
Yeah. I honestly think, like, she would have been, like, they should take the armor that they gave Zelda in...
Yeah, which I thought was a cute reference to Spirit Tracks, that Zelda has, like, this, that she summons the Phantom.
Yeah, but, like, give that to a Toon Zelda.
Yeah, because that is, like, a Toon Zelda does become that, so,
Yeah.
But what else is there to say about when? Shoot, that's right. The how they taught Link how to fight, like with the special like commands.
Oh yeah, I always loved that. Like you could really like come up with different combos, and like with how you like angled the control stick in the middle of like swinging. I loved that in Wind Waker, and we're gonna get like it was also in Twilight Princess. I wish they would bring that system back. I loved that. That made fighting so much fun.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. I love it. I want to play Wind Waker HD again. Ladies, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, personally, Wind Waker is my personal favorite. I just really love the world that they set up. I found the characters in the fights, as you mentioned, really fun. I just really love it.
Didn't you say Wind Waker was your first Zelda?
Yeah.
What a good Zelda to start off with.
Yeah.
Set the bar really high there.
Yeah.
But Twilight Princess was my next one, so.
So, Janie, do you have any final thoughts about Wind Waker?
Just general thoughts. Like, I really love Wind Waker. It was also, I guess it was technically my first Zelda also, because we got our GameCube and we bought it, and I wasn't very good at it because I sucked at gaming as a kid. But like my favorite memories was just going into my brother's room and just watching him play it, and like it was just kind of like,
oh my goodness,
like watching. It was literally like watching a movie.
I would always watch my brother play. Like Wind Waker was one of my favorite gaming memories of watching my older brother play Wind Waker as well. He always had the funniest commentary. It was like, I was watching Let's Plays before it was actually cool.
I was really thinking about that when I was thinking about Wind Waker. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why I like Let's Plays. I just like watching other people play sometimes. But like, it was like watching a movie, and it was just so good. And I watched the final battle, and I just remember like being in awe, just watching my brother beat Ganondorf with Zelda and Link and everything.
Cinematic, especially that final shot where he stabs the freaking Master Sword through his head.
Right?
this cutesy little Zelda game.
Yeah, it had one of the most brutal Ganondorf deaths.
And then he turned to stone. I was like, holy cow. Oh, that's another thing none of us actually mentioned the whole time talking about Wind Waker, King of the Red Lions.
Yeah.
A fantastic Zelda companion. I think it was the first time that people didn't hate on a Zelda companion. I know Tattle didn't have she was more favored over Navi, but she still had her haters because then there were people who were like, she's just such a bee. It's like, what do you people want? Oh, I love King of the Red Lions. Don't spoil King of the Red Lion, please. We're not. We're saying he's a fantastic character.
Yeah.
We already spoiled Tetra. Oh my gosh, Ronan's one of the two people. See? I told you, Commander. You doubted me.
Whoops.
For all two people, and you were like, "What? Who hasn't played Wind Waker?" Ha! I told you there was going to be somebody out there, and that someone's in your chat. Feel shame, cool man. Feel shame.
Oh, I am shame.
Okay, so King of the Red Lions he doesn't follow you around everywhere, but he's very helpful.
He's a boat, so he literally can't follow you everywhere.
I know, but like when Link loses like practically everything and he's forced to go on this journey, and he's a child, by the way.
He's technically 12, I believe. I know some people have debated between 10 and 12, but I personally believe he's 12.
12
Well, yeah,
is a good number.
I think he's a preteen. Like he's taller than all the other little children on the island who are clearly supposed to be children, but everybody in that art style is short, by the way, too. So he's clearly like a preteen. I think he's like, because he's supposed to echo young Link, who is also like 10, I believe, or like 11, something to that effect. Because the adult Link, adult in air quotes, is just an old teenager. But like he's obviously supposed to echo young Link, but he's like, and all of this, by the way, on his birthday, mind you, on his birthday, like pirates show up to his little island. He doesn't even want to like do this little birthday thing because he finds the holiday tradition for the birthdays of when boys come of age weird, and he has to wear an itchy outfit that his grandma sewed for him. And then some giant like monster bird drops monsters on his island, weird. And then he has to go like fetch some girl that he saw fall out of the sky. He's just like, okay, what the heck is going on over there? Somehow she survived that fall, and she's like yelling at him as soon as he saves her. But they killed the monsters. Okay, cool. Sees his little sister. Oh, hey, happy little sister, waving high. And then the giant monster bird snatches his little sister. And this is all in his birthday.
Worst birthday ever.
And then he goes with the pirates to go save his sister. And then fails to save her. Like, fails utterly, categorically. Gets, like, literally thrown. Miles somehow survives that. Hey, it's cartoon logic. Doesn't matter. Like, he's literally got a cartoon body.
Link.
And then King of the Red Lions finds him, saves him from drowning, and waits till he wakes up, and then they form a bond. And then the whole time, that's pretty much all who Toon Link has. Like, sure, there's other characters he meets here and there, but that's all he has. Like, it's just King of the Red Lions. So in a way, King of the Red Lions almost becomes like a surrogate father figure to him, I'd argue.
Yeah.
Sure, Link doesn't talk because, it's Link. But, like, I got so attached to King of the Red Lions because of he's always constantly there just to talk to Link and be wise, give Link guidance and advice. Like, sure, my favorite Link sidekick characters is somebody else coming up. But I think King of the Red Lions is fantastic. Why is Wolf? Why are you in the chat then if you've never played a single Zelda game?
Yeah.
Wolf is number 2.
Gosh dang it, there are 2 people who
According to Ghost, there's 3. Wait, who's the third person?
Is
I'm
that
guessing
you?
Ghost himself.
Or is it you, Ghost?
Oh yeah, I'm number 2. Yeah, so Ghost, Wolf, and Ronan haven't played Zeldas.
You all need to play Wind Waker! I'm dying. Okay, I'm okay now. I'm choking on myself. Okay, that sounded wrong. I'm choking on my spit. Leave me alone. What? Lazy man? You never played? Oh my gosh. If any of you still have a Wii U, go play Wind Waker. If you have not, then watch somebody's Let's Play of it. Please. Wind Waker's really good. You're all killing
like
me.
a whole 20 minutes talking about it.
Yeah.
It's really quality. There's 8 people in this chat, and 4 of you have not played Wind Waker. There's something wrong here. That's half of the audience.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, let's go on to Spirit Tracks.
Yeah. The other game I haven't played, but
Empty
I
Bottle.
love Spirit Tracks. No, it's not Empty Bottle. First of all, no, I played it. Doesn't count. Like I said, if at least one person played the game, it does not count for Empty Bottle. Julie, have you played Spirit Tracks?
I have not, but I have heard good things about it.
So am I the only person that played Spirit Tracks?
yes.
You are.
Okay, Spirit Tracks, absolutely. That's hard, actually. It definitely improved on a lot of things about Phantom Hourglass, like a lot. Wait, what? 5? 5 of you in the chat have not played Wind Waker? Oh my gosh, what's going on tonight? What is going on?
I welcome you to the stream, but I'm confused why you showed up for a Zelda ranking stream.
Okay, Okay, yes, okay. If you don't have a Wii U, if you don't have a GameCube, that is correct. Like, I usually don't do an emulator game, but like, for instance, Nintendo refuses to port Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. Nintendo, why? Emulator. You can play it on an emulator. I'm pretty sure. I would suggest there's some Wii U emulators. I would suggest Wind Waker HD over the Dolphin emulator, which would have probably the original, because Wind Waker HD is the best version. Play Wind Waker. You guys are killing me.
Shout out to Nintendo. Please port Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD to the Switch.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Phantom Hourglass. Okay, I'm guessing since none of you have played it, that would dock it a point.
I
would honestly.
I did watch part of a LP for it, and I did really like what I saw. I actually forget why I stopped watching the LP, but
If it's better than Phantom Hourglass, put it in Hylian Shield.
Oh yeah, the problem is because of 3 of you have not played it. I feel like I love it more than Minish Cap. I feel like because I'm the only person that have played it, that should lose it some points because by virtue of like we have to average out everybody's votes basically.
Well, I mean, if you like it, then you're the one who actually has the only thing to say about it.
Listen, I'm trying to be fair. I since I'm the only person that played it,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not
going
to
put it on Minish Cap. I really like the game.
All right.
It's got a really good story, and here's the really kicker: if you've never played the game, the sidekick character for Link is Zelda. This is the first and only game where Zelda is your sidekick. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Play it. Everybody play Zelda games, please. They're good. Okay. Spin-off time.
Hyrule Warriors, the original.
Master Sword. This one also includes all versions. So we are counting the original on the Wii U, the 3DS version, and the definitive edition, which is on the Switch, which has all content, which just includes all its DLC, all content from Wii U and 3DS.
Yeah, this is a really good. It is
a really good spin-off.
It is fan service the game, but it is packed out the wazoo. I never completed everything in this game. There's so much.
It's so much content. Constant content, like constant unlockables right and left. And the Switch version, which has all the DLC, which is just already in there. So now you just have constant unlockable content, constant hours that's just not in the story as well. Like, it is jam-packed. And I remember playing Hyrule Warriors. One of my favorite experiences playing Hyrule Warriors actually is when Cool Man came over. We played the multiplayer, and it was so great because it was on the Wii U. So one of us and instead of doing like a split screen, one of us just had the gamepad, and that was their screen, and the other person would play with the TV. Yeah. So that way, each person could focus on a single screen and not be distracted at all.
I'm almost done with a Let's Play of it, but I like what I see. I like the story, and I like the crossovers and everything.
It's got some plot holes, especially since it treats the Zelda mainline canon as part of its canon, and it has some plot holes, well, mostly with Twilight Princess.
Yeah, the fact that you can have both Midnas.
Well, okay, to be fair, True Form Midna is just she was a downloadable DLC costume. Now, granted, they added her to, I think, Linkle's story mode, but it wasn't Imp Midna. It was True Form Midna, if I remember correctly. Oh, excuse me. You guys killed me with nobody playing Wind Waker, and now I'm dying. Okay. But yeah, Twilight Princess, what is that sound? I'm echoing too, but from somebody's microphone. Does somebody have the YouTube version opened up, like with the sound on?
No.
Okay, because that's weird.
Is anyone not using headphones?
I have headphones.
I have earphones.
I misplaced my headphones. Sorry about that.
It's all your fault. You're causing everything.
Be nice to her. Be nice to her.
I just.
Okay, so Hyrule Warriors, I think the original version is probably even with some of its plot holes, was probably like a gold standard for a spinoff. Like it's how much fan service it has. It's jam packed. It's really fun to play. Really good hack and slash. So many characters that you could choose, like even villain characters, if you wanted to play for fun, like just on the non-story.
Yeah,
mode.
remember their version of Ganondorf, and he had that like ultra long hair.
Yes. First of all, I loved his design too because of it mimics Demise.
Yeah.
But it's Ganondorf. It's like if somebody took Demise and Twilight Princess Ganondorf, threw him in a blender, and made him even more manlier than he already is. And I also love how Girahim and Zant immediately pledge their allegiance to this Ganondorf. I'm just like, yeah, yes, it's perfect. The whole game was fun. Like, even with its like plot hole issues that it has, a couple things here. They're mostly with the Twilight Princess section, and it's mostly with like it's complicated. I would be here all day because of I know a little bit too much about a Twilight Princess, but it's it's not important. It's a really fun game. Like I genuinely think it's really fun to play. A couple of the other Warriors games that came after it, I think, refined the controls even better, and they constantly kept getting better and better and better. Like Age of Calamity, Three Hopes, Persona 5 Strikers, like they really, I think, refined that. But this one outpaces all three of those other ones in terms of content because of especially the non-story mode content. Like if you just want to play for fun, if you want to just play with like a friend, like a second player, it is loaded. And I have not beaten it on the Wii U version. I have not beaten it my 3DS version. And I definitely have not beaten my Switch version. I have not 100%ed it because there is so much stuff you can do with this game.
Yeah, and there's so many freaking characters to unlock.
You can even unlock Tingle.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they even added Agatha from Twilight Princess. As
that was a wild one, Agatha.
I saw Agatha and I'm just like, Agatha doesn't do combat. What's she doing here?
And she summons giant bugs.
Oh my gosh.
There's all the weapons, all the different kinds of weapons were fun too. I also like the original villains as well, especially is it Volga?
Dragon Dude.
Yeah, I think his name is Volga.
Dragon Dude.
Yeah, because I think he's based off of a little bit Volga, so I think that's why his name is Volga. I'm pretty sure it's Volga. That's true, Cribs and Cloak. The game's one sin is that the Groose was a playable. Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, this is why we need Hyrule Warriors 2 with Groose.
Even
featuring Groose from Skyward Sword.
Nintendo, set him loose.
Yeah. Loose the Groose.
But I also loved like all the playable like Fee is real or Fi? Fi, whatever. She's fun to play. She is really fun to play, like her little dancing attacks and her singing attacks. I really love playing as her, and she floats around. Minna's insanely fun to play. If you go with Legends, it adds in Tetra. It adds in Marin from Link's Awakening. Of all characters, Marin. It's and the King of the Red Lions. You can fight as the boat.
Oh my gosh!
Like it added more characters, which is so much fun. And Rudo and Darunia, I believe.
Yeah.
From Ocarina of Time. Girahim's also insanely fun to play as. Link himself, honestly, this is one of my, I can't believe I'm saying this, but one of my favorite Link designs came from a spin-off game of all things.
Yeah, the blue
scarf.
Yeah, the blue scarf was so cool.
And like the armor, like that pure silver armor. And I also like that element that they added that once he got the Master Sword, he started to get cocky. Like that's not something we see in Link, getting cocky. Because he felt untouchable, because of like he had the sword of evil's bane, which I thought was like like that was such a neat little character flaw that they introduced in a spin-off Link.
Link doesn't say anything, but he got cocky.
Also, Sia is bae because gosh dang those melons.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everyone was just like, "Oh my!"
The main villain. Oh, goodness gracious, and she was thirsty for Link. Me too.
Oh my god! When they go to
Yeah.
her castle, or not
Yeah.
her castle, but that one
Well,
castle.
yeah, but her palace. I think it was like the Palace of Souls.
Well, it's like there
Yeah.
was pictures of Link everywhere, and I'm like, girl, you thirsty?
I know. It's like finally a Zelda character I could see myself in.
Yeah.
And Lana was fun. I really liked her. I mean, it's her standard weapon, but her book weapon is so much fun. Like all the spells, the little blocks, and everything you can do with. And she's like Hatsune Miku, but fantasy.
Hatsune Miku.
As far as original characters go, I know some people like hated on her. I think she's harmless. I like her,
She's
and
cute.
I also love
I
the
thought she was
concept of because everyone's like she has no flaws, and I'm like, well, yeah. They established that Sia and Lana were once one person, but then the darkness.
Spoilers.
Whatever. If you're watching the stream, it's your fault at this point. Like we can't avoid talking about why we love this game without talking about things why we love this game.
Yeah.
I will give you King of the Red Lions. That is it, chat. I am echoing again. Julie. Maybe have like the audio of the stream like lower just so your voice like you could only hear your voice.
How do I do that?
Turn up down the volume on your computer.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Well, I have to talk first to see. Nope, still echoing. I listen, as much as I love to hear the sound of my voice, I don't. Charlie, you never played Hyrule Warriors, so don't ask who Lana is. She's an important character in Hyrule Warriors.
She's Hatsune Miku.
Yeah.
She's fantasy Hatsune Miku. First of all, her design is super cute. But everyone's like, why doesn't Lana have any flaws? Okay. First of all, yes, she doesn't have any character flaws, but it was established that her and Sia were one person. Darkness infected them as their one person, as the Guardian of Time. And because of the darkness infected her, they split in two, the pure darkness of the person and the pure light of that person. So that's why she has no flaws. All of her flaws are in Sia. She's nothing but the pure goodness of the person.
It's like
all the positive attributes.
It's like Ventus from in Kingdom Hearts. Like, why is he... What?
Julie is not to birth by sleep yet. You could use Kami from Dragon Ball instead. That would be a better example. Julie's never watched Dragon Ball. She probably never will. Listen,
I don't see her like Kami and Piccolo in Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it is exactly like that, though. I mean, sure, Piccolo got character. Actually, technically, Sia also kind of got a redemption arc in the 3DS storyline.
Yeah. I was actually just looking it up. I realized since I never played that version, I just played it on the Wii U. I realized, oh wow, there's a whole extra story mode with her. I'm like, oh.
So actually, it is like Piccolo and Kami.
Yeah. She is Piccolo.
So now,
that's fair, Charlie. Not all positive attributes. All the boob did go to Sia.
Yeah, that is true. You know, now I just need to. We need to get a Sia's voice actress to say, "I feel amazing. I feel great. I can do this."
Listen, she's a beautiful woman, so it'd be very seductive instead. Because she'd be like, "Oh, I feel amazing." I'm not going to do the rest of that.
No,
I'm not gonna give...
all right.
I'm not doing the rest of that. No way. I'm already embarrassed. I'm not doing that. Oh. Anyways,
I'm personally not that much of a fan of the Warriors gameplay, but I actually really liked Hyrule Warriors. It was fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
I've never been big on Dynasty Warriors, but like the spin-offs, they go above and beyond. You can feel like the Koei Tecmo like had a lot of fun, like whenever they were doing for stuff for Zelda, for Fire Emblem, and for Persona 5.
Yeah, and wasn't Hyrule Warriors like the big turning point for them when they were making these spin-offs? Where they
Charlie, no! No! Banned! How dare you? But yeah, Hyrule Warriors was the very first one.
Yeah, like I mean they've had spin-offs, but none of because I think it was always sort of a joke that all Warriors game played exactly the same, even if they were spin-offs. And I think Hyrule Warriors was the first one to really buck that trend. And
Well, yeah, it
actually,
went above and beyond to like having the Zelda aesthetics, and they kind of kept doing that because of the first Fire Emblem Warriors had a whole lot of the Fire Emblem like charm to it as well as like Three Hopes and Age of Calamity, and especially Persona 5 Strikers. Good lord, it really immersed himself in the fact that it's a Persona 5 game, but with Dynasty Warrior gameplay.
yeah, that was, it's really interesting to see just how much they've evolved, and they've made some of these games just so incredible because they took the same basic gameplay, but they keep changing it to fit whatever franchise it's crossing over with.
They did their homework.
Yeah, well, especially with Strikers, because Strikers is it plays much like a Persona game. It's just that when you're doing the main gameplay, instead of it being turn based, it's just action. But it's like,
and it's fun. Like a lot of these
really
games
good
are
job
fun.
of translating the gameplay.
Yeah, like a lot of these spin-off, like I noticed the one in recent years, ever since Hyrule Warriors, like I've never been that interested in the Dynasty Warriors franchise. Like I tried a couple of them and I got bored of them fast. Like, and I like hack and slash games, for crying out loud. My avatar's Bayonetta, but like I don't know what it is, but I think it's because you could tell these people were fans. Like I feel the love for Zelda in Age of Calamity and Hyrule Warriors. I feel the love for Fire Emblem and Three Hopes and in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. I definitely feel the love for Persona 5 and Strikers. It probably helps that Atlas was working alongside it as well. But like Muso, yeah, I know there's but it's still hack and slash though, even though it's like the Musu. Shut up. Anyways, we gabbed enough, I think, about this really good spinoff. It's amazing how much time we talked about a spinoff. I didn't think we'd talk this long about it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we really need to explain why.
Like, there's 3 CDI games. They're not canon to the mainline. Like, it's like it was so funny that so much that Zelda, like, the fact that like Zelda's like creators refuse to acknowledge its existence. Sure, it created some funny memes, but like horrendous animation, horrendous voice acting, and some downright genuinely unplayable moments. I tried playing them once. I attempted to, didn't get very far. I was trying to do it for the beebs. It was very unpleasant. I do not recommend.
It's ugly.
It's very ugly. And I thought I'd use one of the meme faces to use it as totality for all 3 games, because I'm like, I'm not getting a single image for all 3 of these games. Just
hey, Anomaly.
Hey, Anomaly.
Yeah, you don't have to worry. We like Twilight Princess. I didn't say anything. I said we like it. Spoiler alert. It's a good game. Shocker, I know.
Listen, the thumbnail is just for clickbait. We thought it would be really funny. Like, I was just like, put a bunch of spin-offs, like, is amazing. And then, like, a fantastic game on the very bottom. And then with, like, Skyward Sword looking in horror. Our list. Just to kind of make fun of all those clickbait, like, thumbnails, especially for tier lists you see. And I believe you did that before, I think, with your Star Wars one.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's just for funsies. We're just having a funsies. But yeah, CDI Zelda, awful, terrible, horrible. Anyway, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons.
Other games I haven't played. I really haven't played a lot of the.
Did you play any bit of it?
No.
Okay, I have though.
I didn't play it.
I forgot this game existed. I did not play it.
Okay, so I'm the only person who played it. I'm gonna put it high hookshot, since I'm the only one who's played them. Just move Phantom Hourglass below it.
Yeah.
I played it when I was a kid, and from what I remember, I really liked it as a kid, but I only played them once. But I don't have many memories of it, but I do remember I enjoyed it a lot, whereas my memories of Phantom Hourglass are a little bit fresher. I liked it, but like unless they gave it a complete glow up, like we were talking about earlier, I probably would never go back and play Phantom Hourglass. If Oracle of Ages and Season, if it got just a port, not even a glow up, if it got just a port, I definitely would replay it just from what like memory sake, because I remember loving it as a kid. I don't remember too much about it, but I do remember liking it as a kid a lot. So there's that. That was fast.
Yeah.
Triforce Heroes.
I never played this, and I don't know if any of y'all have
I've
played.
never played it.
Oh,
I never played it.
Never.
I remember thinking it was cute, and I kind of was interested in it, but that was about as far as it went. I never went out and bought it. Maybe someday I will. But for now, I don't have the strongest desire.
I think it's safe to say we're going to put it above the Tingle Games.
Yeah.
You have to.
Oh wow, the original.
Yeah, this is going to be a complicated thing because it was definitely one of the most revolutionary games of its time. It's aged very poorly.
It has, and the problem is also like finding everything is really tough unless you have somebody on the internet's like to hold your hand, basically.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things where you just have to know what to do.
And you have to know that specific bush, or else you're going to waste that item, or you're going to waste that bomb.
Yeah, and you're going to have to. It's a pain to get more, and then you're trying to run around. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to put it any lower than this, but I think I would. I've tried playing it. I do not enjoy it.
I would put it above. Oh, goodness, that echo. Are you like beating up your mic, Julie?
That was loud.
Julie, stop abusing your mic.
I'm just turning down the volume.
I know. It's just.
Well, yeah, I'm turning down the volume with a hammer.
I'm just visualizing like a microphone in Julie's hand, and she's just like bashing it into a desk, like, "How dare you, Mike? Stop this echo!"
Yeah, I was just thinking though, SpongeBob. We have technology. Smack, 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 smack.
I would put the original above the Four Swords multiplayer because really, this was the game that started everything. I feel like it should at least. Definitely would be willing to go back to Phantom Hourglass more than I would the original, but there's so much we do owe the original to, and it's not a bad game. There's a lot of things that is amazing in concept, but other games built upon it and grew from it. Like it took basically like the foundation of what makes Zelda good and evolved it over time.
Yeah. Which is why, like, when you see stuff like Link to the Past, right? It took the same basic formula, but then it just made it better in every conceivable way.
Oh man,
I can't wait till we get that. Yeah.
Oh, Link's Awakening.
Yeah, I've played a little bit of this. It's fun.
I love Link's Awakening. It's really good. I would say Hylian Shields.
I would put it as a high Hylian Shield. I did not finish it, but I need to get back to it because I love the style and I loved how it played.
It's really good. I would put it above Minish Cap, honestly. I think Link's Awakening is really good, especially the Link's Awakening on the Switch. Really cute. That art style is so adorable and it looks so good.
It's very fluid.
What? Anomaly, stay! Like, don't you want to listen to us talk about another game later when it comes on the list?
Don't tell me you're still hungover.
Go back to sliding into Cool Man's DMs.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But yes, Link's Awakening is so charming. It's also one of those few storylines where it was all a dream done right.
Yeah.
And it's so funny too because characters like Terran and Marin, they were like because Talon and Malon are based off of them in Ocarina of Time, but in terms of timeline wise, because I believe there's a Talon and a Malon in Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, and Link met Talon and Malon, and Talon and Malon are technically were the inspirations for Terran and Marin in Link's Awakening's dream, even though technically in real life it's the reverse.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny how the timeline made basically the ones who inspired Talon and Malin. Good, stop abusing your technology, Julie. Your poor technology. But yeah, that's just a funny little thing. Oh, I love it. I love A Link's Awakening. It's so cute. It's so good. If you guys have a Switch, get Link's Awakening.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it's the most amazing Zelda game you've ever played, but it's fun. It's very fun. I like it
I
a
want
lot.
them to remake the other older Zelda games. Maybe not exactly like this, but like similar, you know?
Yeah, something like spruce it up. Like, I mean, they technically did with A Link Between Worlds and A Link to the Past. Granted, they made a whole like freaking story out of it instead of just making A Link to the Past again. But like, if they did like Zelda 2, but like, oh my gosh, cool, man.
Yeah.
Could
Yes.
you imagine if the people who did Metroid Dread did Zelda 2?
Yes. Like, this is so crazy because I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Like, what if you took, like, they remade Zelda 2, but then they made it like the dungeons were like Metroidvania.
I mean, it pretty much was Metroidvania, but
Yeah,
get to it when we talk to Zelda 2, but update it, revamp it, make it really good, or maybe like get Iga, and while he's working on Bloodstained, say, hey, you want to do Zelda 2? We're gonna do a remake.
Yeah.
Or do something like you did with A Link to the Past or Link's Awakening for the original Legend of Zelda, like from the ground up, make it all cutesy, give it a really unique look.
Well, yeah, and like with the Link 2 or with the second Zelda.
And you do with the Oracle games as well while you're at it. Give them a nice little
like all those older games. Well, it's funny because the Metroid Dread devs started out with Metroid remaking Metroid 2. Like they completely modern.
I had an idea. Sorry to cut you off, cool man. Julie, when you're not talking, just mute your microphone. Just hit the little mute button. That'll probably kill the echo. Sorry, Julie. I don't want to punish you. I love you, baby.
yeah. The echoes immediately stopped.
Yeah, yep. I think it's just because she doesn't have. You know what? Christmas gift idea.
Yeah.
You can't stop me, Julie.
No.
Mwah. But yeah, continue, cool man. Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh yeah. I was just going with the Zelda 2, but like it would be really cool because do you remember in Melee, Smash Brothers Melee, where you had the Zelda themed like adventure?
Yes, in adventure mode.
Yeah, like imagine if they took inspiration from that, like especially with inspiration from Smash Brothers Link, and they use that to sort of make the 2D gameplay feel better. Like, because you keep the 2D, but you just make it feel really nice.
Yeah,
like,
we'll get more into it when we talk about Zelda 2, but I think they really should go back to their old games and, touch it up, because their age shows, sadly. And these were great games for their time, but, the age is shown. Like, with games, like, our games have constantly been, like, changing over time and getting better. Some of our games.
Yeah.
Like with the technology's evolved. So I think there's like a lot more that you could look back on and be like, oh, we could do this instead. And that might be a nice little quality of life change. But it's okay. Angel will use my money. No, not Charlie. But Link's crossbow training.
Never played it.
I've never played it.
I actually have played it.
Oh my gosh.
He's the only one.
Yep.
Your time has come.
Yeah. It's very simple. I'll put it lower on this list because it's not really a game. It's a.
Would you put it above the Four Swords? The original Four Swords? Would you put it below the original Legend of Zelda? Because it's also in terms of like, would you go back and play the original Zelda versus would you go back and replay Crossbow?
Yeah, that's true. I would actually replay Link's crossbow training.
Like
For anyone who hasn't played it, the whole thing was basically made around It
Wee
was
Zapper.
yeah, the zapper. It was a little it was like a light gun shaped thing. Think
Oh no, she's abusing her technology again.
mute. Uh, it,
Poor Julie.
it was basically shaped like something like the Super Scope, but then you put the Wiimote and the nunchuck in it, and you moved. You aimed with it like it was a zapper gun.
But
And
you
it
know,
was-
like a crossbow.
Yeah, but Link had a crossbow in it, and that was the whole thing about it, was that it was a whole bunch of these Twilight Princess themed crossbow like missions and
Targets.
training and targets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember when it came out.
Yeah, it didn't really have a story at all. It was just for fun.
Ghost has a different theory. Julie's not abusing her technology. Her technology's just cursed. Burn incense, Julie, and start chanting.
Yeah.
Okay, just let me go get downstairs and get my incense sticks.
I actually have some too. Ooh, I should burn some.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna need to bring in the heavy hitters to get this curse dealt with.
I mean, I could pray, I guess.
Yeah. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Get the holy water.
Wait, no, this is a Zelda. So we have to invoke the three goddesses.
Yeah.
And Hylia.
And Hylia, and please Hylia, fix this.
Call the great fairy.
In Hylia we
Yeah,
trust.
yes.
Was that sacrilege?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in Hylianology.
I will say though, I would love to try out Link's crossbow training for the fun of it, like because it sounds like just a fun little like just a game for fun. It's just point click shoot. But when I found out that originally, now granted it didn't get too far into development, but originally it was supposed to be a direct sequel to Twilight Princess.
Oh, oof.
And it got axed. But like it was kind of like with Majora's Mask, how they were like, oh, we're gonna take the same engine of Ocarina of Time, scrape things together like with a lot of the same models, this and that, and make a whole story around it, and a really good story. But like I think it was gonna basically be the same thing for Twilight Princess, but it got scrapped. I don't remember the full story. Somebody did a video on like why that happened, and it's in my watch later listing, so I should probably watch it at some point, like just to learn the full story about it. But that just makes me so mad. I was just like, we could have had it all. But I digress.
Maybe after Breath of the Wild 2, we'll get Twilight Princess 2.
Please, Miyamoto,
Yeah.
I beg of you.
Yeah.
But next up, is that Cadence of Hyrule?
Yes.
I will put that high empty bottle.
Yeah.
I haven't played it, but like it looks interesting.
It does. It looks really interesting. Like out of all the games that I've never played, and they're probably all going to be spin-offs now that I think about it, that's the one that I really kind of want to play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not big on rhythm games, except for the Persona dancing ones. But like, it kind of looks really neat. I kind of want to play it. It's like this cute little indie game that's got Zelda theme to it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's a spin-off of an indie game that's all Zelda themed. It became a full crossover game. That's just crazy. Nintendo's like, hey, let's get these indie people working on a Zelda spin-off game.
Yeah, I kind of really want I can dig it, and I dig the art style. It's simple, but I think it looks neat.
Yeah.
All right. Next on the list.
Oh. I love Skyward Sword. I
love it too.
I love it.
I would not put it on Triforce tier if I'm going to be honest.
Excuse you.
Hey, I didn't say low. I did not say low. It does not belong low. If somebody put it in low, like Aaron Hansen, I will kick him in the teeth. Just saying.
I really like the game. I like it enough to be Triforce tier, but I mean I get it if some people don't like it as much as others.
Now, granted, I have not played the Switch version yet, so my only knowledge, my only judgment I can do is based on the original Wii version, and I had a lot of problems playing it back when it first came out. I know not
Really?
everybody had these. I did. I, for whatever reason, the Wiimote could not keep syncing, so I had a lot of problems with the motion controllers. Now, granted, not everybody had this problem. It was a glitch that only happened for a small amount of people, and I was one of those unfortunate people. So it just made things tough for me, especially whenever I was fighting Girahim, and especially the last fight. It was very frustrating. And the puzzles, like those geometric puzzle thingies,
Yeah, for
I'm-
the keys.
I
hated
have
those.
so much. I have mostly played Skyward Sword on the Switch, and I still have so much trouble doing those motion control puzzles for the keys.
I hate those keys. I hate them. And the silent realm gave me so much anxiety.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
Silent
yeah.
Realm,
Yeah, this-
Silent Realm was really bad, but like I didn't have problem with the motion controls. I thought I would have problems because I'm just bad at stuff like that, but I really didn't. It was like once you got the hang of it, it was fine. Now, okay, the only thing I did have problems with was falling. I was not very good at falling.
Now, some people complain that the game is too linear, and I'm like, I mean, it's linear by design, so like I don't see that as an issue. So for me, I don't understand that complaint. And I will say this: I would put it high, Master Sword, because if even with some of my gripes with the gameplay, I think to this day, I think it has one of the best stories in Zelda. Like its
No.
I
story
adore the story.
is amazing. I think the
I
story
love its story
fantastic.
so far.
I mean, even that one annoying forest dragon lady, as annoying as she is, I still think the story is really good. I think it's fantastic characters. I wish there was more islands in the sky, just like Wind Waker. There's more islands in the sky that we could explore. I wish.
Oh yeah, because canonically there are a bunch of these island towns, because you talk to some of the other students and they basically are commuting to the to Skyloft from their island, but you never see any of them.
Now, granted, like I said, I can't judge it based on the Switch version, which I know they have controls for, like, if you don't want to do motion controls, like if you want to play it just on handheld. And I would love to try that out because it sounds interesting. So I sadly cannot judge it based on the Switch version. I only have memory of the Wii version. And the problem is especially the Silent Realm, that killed my replayability value because the Silent Realm did give me so much anxiety. It gave me so much anxiety. It also gave my friend Mackenzie so much anxiety watching me play. And I remember at one point, I think it was the third time we did the Silent Realm. And at one point, she like started to walk out of the room. She's just like, I can't watch this anymore. This is making me so stressed out. And then I was like, oh, you're stressed out because I was the one playing the game. I was ready to throw my Wiimote at her, and I'm like, "You want stress? You play."
The Silent Realm. I think the third one was on Skyloft. Is that right?
No, I think that's the last one. I'm pretty sure Skyloft is the last one because I think it's all the ones on the surface. Hi, Julie.
Well, anyway, the one that's on Skyloft, I screamed the entire time.
Oh my
doing
gosh!
it.
Yes. Oh my goodness! I was just like, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!"
Like a full blown bloody screaming. I'm glad I was home alone.
But I mean, I don't want to be mean to Skyward Sword, even though I had a lot of issues with it, like especially in terms of gameplay. Because for me, stories are great, but gameplay is more important in terms of a game because you can always skip a story if a story is bad. You cannot skip bad gameplay, and not that it's bad gameplay. I just think it just, I don't know.
It could be better.
It could be better. Now, granted, its motion controls are better than Twilight Princess's Wii version. I tried doing that once. Oh man, I never went back. First of all, I'm so used to the GameCube version of Twilight Princess, so it just threw me for a loop. And some of the motion controls were really weird with the Twilight Princess Wii version. Now, granted, again, that could just be me, but I also had the special Wiimote. Like, because whenever I bought Skyward Sword, I bought the anniversary edition that came with the golden Wiimote.
Yeah.
So it was
I have
that was like the Wiimote Pro or something like that. So it should have
the Wii Motion Plus.
Yeah, it was like, so I shouldn't have had issues, but I still had issues. Granted, it could just be like I encountered a weird glitch, like one of those unfortunate rare people who encounters a glitch. Like that happened to be in Kingdom Hearts 3. I was like one of kajillion people who encountered that game-breaking glitch that like literally was so rare, only like 1 in a like million people encountered it or something like that. Like I remember it was a super rare glitch. Like it could be just that. And it unfortunately it killed it didn't kill the game for me. It just killed replayability for me. Now granted, I do want to play the Switch version. I really do. I bought it. It's still on my backlog. I think it's an amazing story. Fantastic characters. Like, and first of all, Groos's character arc was like one of the best character arcs. Like he goes from bully to ally, and everybody loves him. And he's so much fun.
Yeah, the face I'm using for the thumbnail comes from one of the most iconic Groose moments.
The
And
fun,
Link's
one of the-
reaction.
genuinely one of the funniest moments. And I also loved, and I think Fee also, like just like Skyward Sword, I think Fee also gets like a hard rep, and it's really like Bugsy. Like yes, she does like state the obvious a lot, but she's like supposed to.
Yeah.
She's a robot.
I mean,
and
I
it's
adore
supposed
her.
to- it's supposed to point you in the direction, and I love her like little robotic voice. I love some of the aesthetics, like the magic tech that gets expanded even more in Breath of the Wild that Skyward Sword introduced.
Yeah.
This version of Impa is really cool.
Yeah.
Guillotine is a really tough boss. Like so, I'm trying to placate this people that even though I would put it as High Master Sword, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying there was a couple of things that killed me from putting it in Triforce tier.
Yeah, and that's so weird because I never had a single problem with the controls. Like I occasionally had to recalibrate it, but I never had problems with actually playing.
You want to know the worst part? Like for the motion controls for me, and it
What?
never, and it always was terrible.
What?
It was when Link had to walk across tight ropes. It was never even. I always fell off. Always.
Yeah, I had to be very careful with that one. I fell off sometimes, but
and everybody always had not that bad of issues, but me, I always had issues, and I'm like, what is wrong with mine? Like, is it my Wii? Is it my Wii remote that came with the game? What's wrong? Is it a skill issue?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a skill. Maybe I just suck. Who knows?
Mhm.
But like, I still think it's a good game. Aaron Hansen, do not interact. You awful little hater.
Yeah. We're dabbing on the haters.
Like I do think like those who hate on it, I think are way too unfair to it. Even though I don't think it's Triforce tier, I still think it's highest of High Master Sword tier. And it does like a great origin story. Like not many people can do like a prequel to an origin of everything and do it so well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like this had the chance to really blow up in the story of Zelda, but establishes the origin of the Master Sword, the origin of the goddess Hylia, which of course establishes the origin of Hyrule, the origin of the Triforce, the origin of basically Ganondorf, and of the whole constant reincarnation cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the lore building here.
Man,
it was
chat
really
is so
good.
mean. They keep saying skill issue. I'm just gonna go and just cry myself to sleep.
You guys are mean.
But no, like I as much as I had some problems with it, I still think it's a good game, and I think it gets too much of a. Okay, you know, I'll be fair. I will say any other game that's put in Triforce tier, put it above Skyward Sword. I'll compromise that way.
Okay.
Like low Triforce tier. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like I'll compromise because I do think it's probably got one of the best stories.
Okay, good. Because I really love Skyward Sword.
Listen,
Me too.
I'll throw Haichus at you.
Oh, okay.
They're delicious. You'll love them.
Okay, this is a big one.
Okay,
Age
so
of Calamity.
now with Age of Calamity, I will say the biggest problem with it was its marketing.
Yeah, and this is a problem because you can't talk about this without talking about major spoilers. But like the biggest problem is that this game was advertised as the story of what happened 100 years ago,
And it was not.
Yeah, it's made clear from the beginning, but it doesn't become really noticeable until like the end of the game. This is an AU story. Like that,
And
it
has a lot of things I really like, especially some of the interactions with the successors to their predecessors.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're going even farther with the spoilers than I thought. Like I wasn't even going to talk about.
Hey,
the end
I
of the
didn't
game.
say names. I just said successors and predecessors.
Oh, I,
Ha ha! Loophole.
yeah, like that's the one thing that the biggest disappointment with me, because I remember when I was first playing through it, and I started like, because I've played Breath of the Wild like twice over, and I've completed it both times.
Oh yeah, Lazy Man brings up a good point. He went into it expecting a Halo Reach type of story, and that's kind of how the marketing was setting it up.
Yeah,
but it's not. It's just it's basically, it starts off that way but turns into straight fix-it-fic territory, to basically like, we're gonna stop the tragedy before it happens.
yeah, which like I'm fine with an AU story like that, if
That's fine. Like, they should have just advertised it just straight up. Like, I don't think anyone would have been mad if we straight up said, this is not canon to Breath of the Wild, this is just straight up, we're just basically doing, just like with Hyrule Warriors. It's just a straight up non-canon spin-off, but we're using the Breath of the Wild engine and aesthetics and characters. We just wanted to make our own original story with these characters, and and tie a little happy ending in a neat bow. And that's fine. Like, for what it is, it's actually a good game.
Yeah.
The problem is the marketing, I think, really hurt the game. Like, because if everybody went in with false expectations that they themselves set up.
Yeah, because everyone wants to explore what happened 100 years ago. And there's stuff in Age of Calamity that's really cool. You get to see Link as a soldier, because we knew he was a soldier that really impressed the royalty, and then was assigned as Zelda's bodyguard. And you get to see some of that in the flashbacks, but you get to see some of that in Age of Calamity. But then the time travel stuff comes in.
But Charlie, I would even say it's a little bit different from just wanting to subvert your expectations. This is no The Last Jedi, because of, some of the writing was on the wall in The Last Jedi's trailer. This is almost kind of like what The Last of Us 2's marketing did, where they straight up lied to you about what's in the game.
Yeah.
Now it's not as insulting as The Last of Us 2, but the trailers do flat out lie. It's a lie. That is not what the games are about.
Yeah, like literally they would say, find out what happened 100 years ago. And then, like, it's really cool. You get to see Pura and Robbie and Impa back 100 years ago.
They're all playable characters. That's great.
Yeah, like, see, and that's cool, but you don't get to actually see, like, okay, here's a great example. There's this one battle, the Battle of the Citadel, that you can find out about in Breath of the Wild. You find out that was the last stand of the Hyrule soldiers before they were completely wiped out. You can find the Citadel in ruins, absolutely littered with guardians and malice.
Yeah, it's just...
and you actually get to play the Battle of the Citadel, except because Link doesn't die, he's there to turn the tide of the battle, which would be neat if they had advertised this as an alternate continuity. So then I could
if they just said, prevent the tragedy in Age of Calamity.
Yeah, because like I can absolutely see that this could have been a great story, like a really melancholic story where they're fighting, they're preparing, they think they've got everything. And then, boom, the calamity happens, and then everyone dies almost immediately.
And I wonder if it was also, like, maybe that was originally at some point an idea, but, like, they're like, that's too depressing for even Zelda.
We want that. Like, that's the thing. Like,
I don't know, but that's what we want, though. We want to see the story before the fall. Like, I like these characters a lot. And I think it would be really interesting to explore their life before the fall. Yes, it would be very melancholic and somber, but people like Halo Reach for a reason. People like the Star Wars prequels have fans. Even Rogue One has fans, and that's the Disney era.
And that's the thing. Rogue One is also a lot like Halo Reach in that regard, where like all of the main characters just die. Like,
and like Breath of the Wild, like when you unravel the story, that's sad to find out that all happened.
Yeah.
But like
but you know that Link's gonna come back and he's going to fix things.
Yeah, like we know that. Like so, like the game would end like restore the ruins in Breath of the Wild, like as a tagline at the end. Like
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Like, I think what they should have done is they should have done a straight up prequel story where everything fails and then Link dies and is put in the.
I think they should have.
No. Just.
I know. I'm saying maybe not a spin-off to have the prequel story because of the Warriors games are spin-offs.
Well,
I think like a straight up mainline game.
Well,
like,
yeah. That would be cool too. But what I'm saying is that what they could have done, they could have done a straight up prequel story where it plays out just like what we heard about in Breath of the Wild, and then when you complete the game, then it unlocks the time travel story where they basically save everyone, everything's fine, and you avert the calamity as an explicit alternate timeline, because stuff like that's already well established within the within Zelda timelines. Like Ocarina of Time itself created 3 different timelines.
yeah.
Well, but I'm like, but the problem is that they like, I wanted that dark story. I wanted to see.
I know, you of all people.
Yeah, because that's the backstory of Breath of the Wild. And even before I got to like the ending where things were really obviously like, oh, no one's going to die here. I was noticing all the differences because there were some similar scenes to the memories, but they were different.
Yeah.
Like even when you go to the this, because there's a memory of Zelda going to the pond of the stream of power.
Yeah, the shrine.
That shrine. And she's in the pool like praying to Hylia, and Link is there. But in Age of Calamity,
gosh, Charlie, I almost had a heart attack. Because I haven't played Ocarina of Time. Just kidding. Oh my gosh, Charlie, I would have yeeted you.
Yeah. But then in Age of Calamity, a similar scene plays out, but Impa is also there. So I'm like, yeah, it's like it's very clearly alternate. But I was honestly just wondering if they just didn't remember, and then it got to the end, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's true. All these memories are Link's memories too in Breath of the Wild, so it's all from his perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, and even hell, when the biggest one that struck out to me was when the Calamity, like started. Like there's a memory where the Calamity does come out, and then everyone prepares to fight it. But then it's a completely different cutscene in Age of Calamity, and I was just sitting there. I'm like, did you guys even try? And then. Yeah, okay, no, but they weren't trying, because the whole point wasn't to be a straight up prequel.
And that's the thing, though, because that's the thing that hurts it. And it's not a bad game at all. It's actually a really good game.
Yeah, like I want to put it in Master Sword tier, but because of my disappointment, I want to bump it down, because I honestly, when I got to the ending part and I realized what was going on, I stopped playing the game for like a week. I was so mad.
And that's the sad thing. This is why all developers, I doubt you'll see this, don't lie to your audience. Don't lie to your audience. I guarantee it probably wouldn't be have controversy surrounding it had you not lied. Like if you just been straightforward, like nobody would have been mad if it was just some Elseworld story of Breath of the Wild. People have been like, oh, it's a spin-off, it's non-canon to it. None of us would have cared. We probably would have been like, oh, that sounds like fun. And we're like, oh, we could save the day. We could prevent the bad thing from happening and make a happy ending type of timeline. That actually kind of sounds neat. I could prevent the bad things. Like, nobody would have been mad about that. That sounds nice. And it is nice. It's just you lied. If we lived in a timeline where they gave us this game and a game where it's straightforward, canon to Breath of the Wild, it's a straight up prequel, it's straight up telling the story of before the fall, it leads into the end where it falls. Yes, that's sad and depressing, but just like with Halo Reach, we know what's going to happen. We know all these people are going to die.
Yeah, well, and hell, the tagline for Reach is, from the beginning, you know the end. Like, going into that game, that everyone's going to die. Like that's the thing. Everyone knows that Reach falls. So
it's sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's just frustrating because there's so much about Age of Calamity that I love, but like I found it so frustrating to just have the rug pulled from under me because I was expecting that prequel.
We gabbed forever. Now that we laid out our points, I think we should ask Janie and Julie what they think.
Oh
like
yeah.
where we
I didn't play it.
Okay.
I didn't play it either because I have so much on my backlog, so I didn't even actually buy it yet.
Oh,
Sorry,
but
I do agree with your thought. You know, I don't really care much about spoilers, but yeah, I do agree with your criticisms. It actually reminds me a little bit of how Fire Emblem 3 Hopes. They didn't lie.
Yes,
oh my gosh, alternate timeline.
Oh my goodness, Julie, yes. Like literally, Coolman and I were talking about this. Like after 3 Hopes came out, we were like, this is like Age of Calamity all over again, where they're lying kind of about what the game is about.
Yeah.
Like, how did you do this twice?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like, and that's a problem of we're going to set up, like, the first trailer was like, okay, it looks like we're going to have a new story where the characters are interacting more positively. It doesn't look like it's going to break out into the all-out war. Cool. Oh, and then the next trailer is, by the way, there's a new protagonist. Byleth is an antagonist, and and you're like, wait, what? And then everyone was like, that sounds kind of BS. And then it was.
Well, that's not even getting into some of its other issues. That's neither here nor there. But
yeah,
I will say, Age of Calamity, I think story-wise is a better game than 3 Hopes. Like 3 Hopes still has some issues here there. Well, it's 3 Hopes has got a lot of good, whereas but also a lot of big flaws. Age of Calamity does not have those flaws. The flaws really are just the marketing. The marketing just straight up lies to you what the game's all about. And the problem is I do think it's an A-tier game. Like, I think it's Master Sword, like gameplay-wise, but that does hurt that they lied to me. So if I'm going to be honest, I would probably put it highly in Shield. I have to punish it for the marketing, but it is a game I would play over and over again because it is genuinely fun. And those interactions with a lot of those characters are neat. I really like them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of little world building, even in the map. When you get to see little interactions of characters, of merchants, of swords masters that you train with, and it's just like little dialogue there. It's like, all right, this is just neat. Mm-hmm. It's like you get to see Hyrule before the Calamity, but then it's like, okay, but this isn't an actual prequel.
Oh my, this one's gonna be a hard one.
Ocarina of Time. I would probably say Master Sword. I wouldn't put it in Triforce. I don't think it's that good.
The problem is I would play it over and over again, especially the 3DS version. And unlike the original Zelda, which is also a foundation for other games to build upon, Ocarina of Time laid a super strong foundation for all of its following games.
Yeah, like, I have no nostalgia for this because I played this in like 2010 or so when it on the Wii Virtual Console because I never had an N64 growing up, so I have no nostalgia for this and I enjoyed it, but like
Charlie. That is an interesting blackmail threat. Yeah. Put it at the top or else I will give you money.
Yeah.
That's a weird...
Oh no, I put it on the bottom. You're going to have to give me money.
I love it, Charlie. If I'm honest with myself, I think I would put it on Triforce tier, only because of it does have a lot of things that, like as we established, it lays the groundwork that a lot of Zelda games should follow suit, and it did. It took everything. Before A Link Between Worlds did it, it was taking everything about A Link to the Past and building upon it and trying to make it greater. The sages, trying to establish more about the goddesses, how the world was created, the races. Ganon was built upon even more, given his own race, the Gerudo now. And instead of just a pig demon, he was actually now a man. Zelda's even more proactive than she's ever been before. All the stuff with Sheik, the ocarina itself, the partner character with Navi, the Z control, like the lock on. Oh, that's done so much for Zelda. It's so good. And like also the Kokiri, like all these, and also all the temples, the bosses, like, and even like you got to establish like also what came after it, especially the 3DS, how it fixed the water temples issues and all the memorable characters. And like, think about it. Think about how many great games came because of Ocarina of Time laid the foundation work.
Well, yeah, but like, we're not judging these by just their effect, because in that case, the original Legend of Zelda should be way higher. Like as
no,
a game,
no, not just because of its effect, but also because of it's aged well.
Well, yeah, it has aged well, but I think that's the thing of games like Wind Waker or Twilight Princess have improved on it. Like it's not like they haven't improved on what was done. They refined all of the gameplay and the design in
Change it to thousands, Charlie.
Well, I'm not saying I don't like Ocarina of Time. I really do like it, but I'm saying that like when it comes to the progression of the series, they have improved. They've made better games built on.
Absolutely, Ghost. Absolutely, Ghost. Do not listen to Aaron Hansen when he talks about Ocarina.
Aaron Hansen is a liar.
The most disingenuous, awful complaints thrown at Ocarina of Time. It like actually sets me on fire.
That's a guy who said that Z targeting makes things worse, and then when in his own gameplay he had to resort to Z targeting to aim at stuff. So
I honestly I would not accept it as Master Sword tier if I'm honest. I would accept it as low Triforce tier. I would even put it below Skyward Sword because if Skyward Sword.
Whoa, no, stop. You're roboting. You were roboting. I couldn't understand anything you were saying.
Your face is a robot. Take that. I would put it below Skyward Sword, like if I'm going to say Triforce tier, because even if I had issues gameplay wise with the original like Skyward Sword on the Wii, Skyward Sword's story is amazing, whereas Ocarina of Time, it's the first time Zelda attempted at a story. So obviously Skyward Sword's going to have the better story. Same with Wind Waker. Same with everything that follows after it. But it is very ambitious, and it is aged well for a game of its time, even with the little tweaks with the GameCube Master Quest version, even with the 3DS version, like where it gives it little tweaks here and there. I still say it has some of the best aspects that all Zelda games should follow suit, and most of them do. Like, that's what Triforce Sword is, not just because of a game's extremely replayable, not just because they've aged also really well, not just because of other versions come in and even fix its little problems, but also it has some of the best examples of what other Zelda games need to follow example of. With Skyward Sword, I say all Zelda games should follow how well it tells its story. Wind Waker, just almost everything. With Ocarina of Time, I would say it's extremely memorable in terms of its dungeons, its music, how it done. Like, listen, everything that came after it wanted to try and be it. Like, that should tell you how well it stood the test of time. It's fantastic. I think it's a genuinely fantastic game. I'm not saying it's the greatest Zelda game ever made. Others are. I'm saying it's a fantastic Zelda game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I still wouldn't put it above Master Sword. I do not enjoy the game that much to rank it on the league of Wind Waker or Skyward Sword. Like, I really don't.
I've replayed it several times. I will accept it as low Triforce tier, and I will end my friendship with you if you do not do that.
I'll put it at the top of Master Sword.
No! I will not accept it as A. I will only accept it as low S. That is the lowest I go. Charlie, help me out. Send him a super chat.
Fine. If you send me a super chat, I'll put it in Triforce tier.
Charlie, get money. Charlie, do it. Do it. Push the button, Charlie. Help me out, Julia Janie.
Honestly, I love Ocarina of Time. It was the first Zelda game I actually beat when we got it on the 3DS, and I did replay it recently, and I was just kind of like, it. I just think it's a really solid game in general, and that's just my opinion. I love Skyward Sword better than Ocarina of Time, but I think Ocarina of Time is just a really good game. I would put it in Triforce, like low Triforce.
Thank you. Julie, help me, please. Love of my life.
I do like I don't have the nostalgia for Ocarina of Time like most of the Zelda fans do, because I never owned an N64, but when I finally got to play it, I could see why everyone loves it, and I'm not as attached to it to some of the other Zelda games. I do agree that it's S because it basically set the bar, in which the later
Yes,
Zelda
exactly.
games
That's what I was trying to say. Charlie, pay him. Pay the man, please. Charlie, help me. Come on,
The
cool man.
power of
It's 3
money
against
will
1.
do anything.
Cool man, it's 3 against 1. Come on. Low. Low. I'm willing to give you low and say everything else could go above it in Triforce tier.
Fine.
Yay!
We did it. We cracked him.
Charlie, still pay the man.
Yeah, after what I went through, I need monetary compensation.
No, my bank blocked my purchase. How does that happen? Charlie, have you been paying Anomaly too much?
Charlie, have you gone into the negatives?
Ah, victory. Yes, thank you, Critical. You've been cut off. Charlie, that maybe you have a problem. You need to consult.
Yeah, this means that you need to make sure you're paying me that money before you pay Noms.
Oh, no. I sense an angry Australian in your future. He'd be like, why are you trying to take my dark money bags?
Yeah, he's still hungover. He's not a threat.
Yeah. Yes, Ghost, I'm aware of what I'm trying to unleash. Why do you think I'm like, push the button? Next, speaking of Zelda 2, from earlier.
Yeah. The Adventure of Link. This is an interesting one because it's
very complicated.
It's a complete departure from what the first game did. Like we're
and
gonna
no other game followed its suit from it.
Yeah, it had an overworld, but then you had 2D side-scrolling,
like Metroid.
Yeah, and then some RPG elements to it as well.
It was very experimental. I think it's because it was the second game in the series. They weren't quite sure what they wanted Zelda to be yet.
Yeah.
And so, all they knew was it's a fantasy. That's what they want it to be. A fantasy of legends, guy saves princess, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. And funnily enough, while a lot of it was just sort of ignored going forward, there were certain aspects that did stick around. And you'll even see, because starting in the Smash Brothers and continuing in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, things like the downward thrust attack came from Zelda 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was Zelda 2 that did that. That's right.
It was incorporated into, because this game actually did influence Link's moveset the most.
Sorry, Charlie's coming. Keep going for another 1.25 hours, cool man. You'll get your money.
Yeah.
But the problem is the overworld was also very confusing.
And because the first game was also very confusing in that regard.
But it was also all overworld. It was straight up all overworld.
Yeah.
Whereas Link 2 was not.
Yeah, but
Zelda 2 was not. And it was actually really hard.
Yeah, it was really bone-crushingly difficult.
If kids were not ready after Zelda 1, they were like, oh, let's kick them in the teeth.
Yeah.
Now, granted, this was the age where gaming, like for developing for consoles was still in its infancy, and these people mostly developed for arcade games first, and arcade games were meant to be tough because they wanted to eat all your quarters. This was like microtransactions back in the day. That's how they got you.
Yeah.
But then they went straight to consoles where they're not eating all your quarters. You paid the $30 and they already got all your money good to go. Or was it 40? I can't remember. But like they were so used to making games really hard, really difficult. That's why the whole Nintendo hard was a meme.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like, we talked about this before, but like, this is a game I would love to see remade. Keep the same like basic, like give it a proper overworld, like a 3D overworld, and then like a 2.5D like dungeons, and that could be really cool, especially if they refine like the RPG elements and the combat.
Yeah, like whatever studio did Metroid Dread, put them on top of it, and I think they could make something amazing.
Yeah, but I think I'll put it kind of low here, just because I have played it a little bit. It is very.
It does kick you in the teeth. I
Yeah.
feel like even with how lost you can get in the original Zelda, I didn't at least die as much in it
Yeah.
compared to Zelda 2.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling you two wouldn't contest this because you two never played it.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Oh
I've
no,
not played it, so
I knew it. It's because
I
I'm
did
old.
not own an SNES or any of the older consoles.
This was
I
NES.
am too baby
Zelda
for
2 Zelda
the
2
older
was-
games.
Zelda 2 was NES. It was the Nintendo Entertainment System. Link to the Past was SNES.
Did not own either of those.
I
Mhm.
owned an SNES, or at least my family did, and I loved it.
Yeah.
Stop making me feel old.
Well, I remember owning an NES when I was a kid.
Oh, you got the original Nintendo Entertainment
Yeah.
System?
Yeah.
My cousins and I think one of my grandparents owned one. They also, like, both of my grandparents also owned SNESs as well. But a couple of my relatives had an NES, and that's how I played some of these games and tried them out, and they kicked me in the butt. Absolutely kicked me in the butt.
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
I already was not a good gamer to begin
Yeah.
with.
Yeah. I remember some of them were crushingly difficult. I remember the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game on the NES. That was rough, but I loved
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, kicked me in the teeth. Speaking of old games,
Yeah, A Link to the Past.
out of all the old ones, this one's aged really well.
This is great.
Like you could still I remember when I bought it, I think it was on the 3DS eShop as well as the Wii U eShop. And I remember buying it both. And I replayed it because I was not that great at it as a kid. But like as I was older, I could replay it because I remember I'm like, this was my first Zelda. I always just saved Zelda from the dungeon, and then I always got lost. I didn't know what to do after that, so then I kept erasing my file and just kept saving Zelda from the dungeon, the starter, over and over and over again, because that was the only thing. I was like, well, I know where to find Zelda, where to get her out, and how to get her out and get her to the sanctuary, and then that was about it.
Yeah, I remember because I played this. Like initially, I played this at a friend's house because I never actually owned an SNES because my parents jumped right from the NES and we had that for years, and then they got me a PlayStation, so I never had a SNES. But I played this at a friend's
Or
house.
an N64. That is so uncultured of them.
Yeah, I never had an N64, but then when I ended up getting a GameCube, I bought that with my own money.
They didn't even buy you a
Ooh,
second
fancy.
Genesis.
No. But I actually I played this the most on the Game Boy Advance version. I had that one and played.
Wait, Connor, what's all in the manual?
Wait, what?
Like of how to get to places? Listen, I was like, I think maybe 4 or 5 when I first played A Link to the Past, and if there was directions in some guide, we didn't own it. It was the family's SNES, and we just had the cartridge for the game. I didn't know what to do as a 4 or 5-year-old, like at all. Like I was actually, no, I was 4. I remember I have vague memories of first playing it, and I would always go back to it, but we didn't have like the old box. We didn't have any of that stuff. We never kept that stuff when we first, like my parents would first buy games for me and my siblings. Like I didn't know what to do. I was just a dumb little kid, but I remember loving it. I remember loving, like, trying to go save Zelda, exploring Hyrule Castle. I have so much fond memories. And when I rebought it on the eShop for the 3DS and the Wii U, I was so excited, and I actually beat it. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to beat my childhood very first Zelda. I actually got past, first of all, the very first like Hyrule Castle, so that was something.
Mhm.
But oh man, A Link to the Past, it is unlike the old ones. It's
This-
actually aged really well.
Yeah, I can go back and I can replay this game. I really loved it.
Like for a 2D game, like because some of them will have these issues, it doesn't have those. It is amazing. It's genuinely good. If
Yeah.
you can, either emulate it or if you whenever the eShop closes, quickly get it where you can.
I didn't know it was on the 3DS eShop. Is that still open?
Please get it. It's really good. If
I really
not,
want to get it now.
if you still have a Game Boy, I know they had a Game Boy which came with 4 swords. Like if you could find that like somewhere, I'm sure somebody will sell it somewhere online. Like if you could find a version of A Link to the Past, get it. It's actually like unironically really good. It's very light on story, but it was its first attempt at actually trying to do story before
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time. Like,
Yeah.
now granted, it was still very simple. Ocarina of Time was trying to be a little bit more cinematic, but
Yeah.
like,
The best way to describe it is that it heavily refined the original's style
yeah,
and made it comprehensible. Really, you
Yeah,
don't
it took the
need
OG and it really, really transformed it into a fantastic game that stood the test of time, honestly.
Yeah, and while Ocarina of Time is often hailed as the game that basically set the standards, really, it was A Link to the Past that set a lot of the standards that we still follow today.
Yeah, I would say Ocarina of Time has set the standards for 3D Zelda. A Link to the Past set the standards for Zelda in general, in totality, because of Ocarina of Time took a lot of its cues from A Link to the Past.
Yeah.
Like, so we have to thank A Link to the Past for Ocarina of Time, for Wind Waker, for Skyward, for Twilight Princess, for A Link Between Worlds, like, and all the others. It's so good. I love it. I think A Link Between Worlds touches it just a little bit better, just a little bit, but it's still so good.
Yeah, like that's what I wanted. I wanted to put it just under A Link Between Worlds because A Link Between Worlds is A Link to the Past, but it's modernized and improved.
And quality of life. And
yeah,
plus that the wall mechanic, I think, is also really cool.
Oh, yeah. And it also does have a really good story, whereas A Link to the Past was really light on...
Yeah, and it was very simple. Pretty simple, you know, good versus evil, blah, 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 blah. Save the sages, or the daughter, the girls.
Yeah.
Save them. And then the Dark World... Which
that
was the very first game that established like another realm of reality in the Zelda world.
Yeah, and that's another thing I was talking about, that it set the standard that Ocarina of Time would then go on to use in the past and the present, and then you had Twilight Princess had the Twilight.
Well, I would even say Majora's Mask, because it established a whole other parallel reality as well. Like, a little bit of a cue from that. And Twilight Realm, so it's like similar to like the Dark Realm in a way. A Link to the Past, of course, had the other Lorule, which is kind of like the Dark Realm in a way.
Yeah. It is like, that's why they called it A Link Between Worlds. It is meant to mimic A Link to the Past, but in this case, it is between those two. Though A Link to the Past, it is kind of a silly name because A Link Between Worlds would also fit A Link to the Past story, because the two, like, the Dark Realm is very much the opposite world, and it is the progenitor of every opposite world or changed world that happens in future Zelda games.
Well, plus the concept of the sages and all that other stuff. And
it was the first game that also tried to give, wasn't this the game that introduced the Master Sword?
I think so. Plus the Triforce, we got to see the Triforce as 3 pieces in the title card.
Yeah, like this is what actually...
Oh, and it established the Lost Woods.
Yes, and that's been in quite a few games since.
It established the Zora. Granted, they were an enemy race, but established the Zora, which is one of the oldest races in the Zelda games when you think about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's really interesting is that certain enemies that appear in Breath of the Wild, like Hinoxes, appeared in this game, but very very different, obviously, but similar. Like they originally came from like this game, which
Yeah,
is
like this game, it started a lot of trends. Now, Ocarina of Time codified it, and then other games codified that. But it really did start a lot of things. Like, sure, like the original Zelda is the baseline for everything, but it's kind of funny. A Link to the Past took everything about the original and built upon it and made a far better game that has stood the test of time. Ocarina of Time took everything that made that game great and built stuff upon that stood the test of time. And then other 3D Zelda games took what was great about Ocarina of Time, built upon that also stood the test of time. It's just like this constant cycle of like good, great, just
yeah,
keeps building on itself. It's like fantastic. Like
which is
really,
how it should be. Like
yeah.
they should be looking at the previous games and say, we'll do that, but better.
And I think it's great though. They also try to follow some of the same formula, but they also try to keep experimenting with something. It's something I forgot to mention in Skyward Sword, because even though it is the most linear of all the Zelda games, it did try to experiment with stuff more, not just with the motion controls, but like the stamina gauge it added. It actually was even the game that not Breath of the Wild, it was Skyward Sword that introduced durability. Granted, that was with the shields, but
Yeah.
So like each of them tried to even though they tried to keep some formula, they also tried to experiment with something too. And I think that's kind of really neat about Zelda as a franchise, where we could say that the worst game is one that's not even made by Nintendo, and all these other games that are decent or good or great or fantastic are all games made by Nintendo.
And then you had Minish Cap that was made by Capcom.
It's a good game. It's a really good game.
So yeah, I think I feel confident in putting it in Master Sword right under Link Between Worlds.
I absolutely agree with you as somebody where it's my first Zelda. I think A Link Between Worlds is it's a Link to the Past, but just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
We're good.
Okay, get ready because I'm about to erupt.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Twilight Princess.
Put it above Wind Waker.
Okay.
I'm putting it above Wind Waker. I'm not even gonna. I will.
I'm going to. I really love Twilight
Princess. It is so freaking good.
Yeah, like I referenced this earlier, but it is like I've called it Ocarina of Time 2.0 for years, and that's exactly what it is.
And what's funny is people try to use that as a criticism.
No,
I'm like no, you should be that game, but the improved version. Yeah, and it's not to say the other game's bad. It's saying this game's amazing. Can we be that game, but build upon what makes it great, and then add more great things to it? Like that's what you should do. Like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just add more things that people will like. Yeah, and what's also great is it not only took what was great about Ocarina of Time, it also, since it follows the childhood timeline, by the way, it also took what was really great about Majora's Mask, its tone and its storytelling.
Yeah, it is. It's still a good versus evil plot, but it is very dark in tone
and nuanced. But I would say not dark in terms of like grim, dark, or gritty, but dark as in mature. It's very mature. It treats the audience seriously. It doesn't treat you like you're a little kid. Not that Wind Waker treated you like a little kid. Sure, its art style is cute, but I mean, crying out loud, we had Wink stabbing Ganondorf straight through the skull.
Yeah.
And like, oh gosh, Twilight Princess. It is, guys, in terms of video games, Twilight Princess to this day is still my favorite. That's probably, if you know me, this is not a surprise, like where I would put this. I gush about this game endlessly. It's probably one of the reasons me and Julie are friends, it and Fire Emblem Awakening. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna let Julie talk about it before I erupt some more. So go, Julie. I'm going to just cover my mouth.
Midna is hands down my favorite Zelda companion. Oh, Aaron. I also really love the dungeon design. and the music's so good. Midnight Lament is actually one of my favorite Zelda songs. I also just really love how the beginning is, because it helps build up Link's character. And I feel that that Link's character is one of the best
One of the best Link's designs.
Yes. I still remember.
I would say the best.
I still remember that sumo wrestling match. I was like, oh, I like this.
Hey, this is why I said I see myself in Sia. She's like, I thirst for this man. I'm like, hey, big mood, because oh, it's such a great design. Oh my gosh. JD, say some things before I take over, because I will take over.
Well, I only played it once, the HD version, and
oh, good. So you paid the superior version.
Yes, the superior version. We do own the Wii version. I don't know if we own the GameCube version. I can't remember, but like I never played it because bad at video games. And then I finally did play the HD version, and it's a very beautiful game. I had some frustrations with it, but it's mostly that's a skill issue on me. But the story-wise, I love the story. I love the aesthetic.
You hear that, David Jaffe? Somebody could say that's a skill issue.
Oh yeah, I can admit I suck. But yeah, no, it's gorgeous, and I love the story and like the dark tone. Like people, we talk about like edgelords and all that, but it's just like this is a really good dark game. I love it.
Yeah, it's mature done right. And somebody brought up it's got a very much more tragic ending. I wouldn't call it tragic, but bittersweet.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet, because you beat the bad guys and everything is fine, and then it's the
save
ending.
The day, but you have to say goodbye to Midna, and because Nintendo refuses to do a sequel or touch upon it, Anuma even said if Midna's so liked, we might bring her back for another game, like as in a sequel, and then they've never done it. And so this is just us saying goodbye to her forever. It's like, give Midna back!
Well, yeah, it's especially because it's like the way it happens. It's not even like something that was forced. Is she made the decision.
Well, and this is her character development. Oh my lord. I'm unironically the best character development in any Zelda game.
Yeah, like I really do wish they would do another like partner that's like Midna, like with the same, because Midna is very like has a nuance, but she's got a very intense personality that
she's
goes
got so many strengths and flaws.
Yeah, well, and more so than other companions, because a lot of times they'll use companions to speak for like Link, or
just like to be his mouthpiece, basically. Navi kind of was like that. Well, granted, she's mostly just a guide, just to tell Link where to go. Tattle is very much the start of the sassy. Like her and Midna were very sassy. That's where I think also that Majora's Mask influence came in, give Link a sassy sidekick. But like she kind of also spoke for Link a little bit too, in a way. And King of the Red Lions also kind of, in ways, was also another character who kind of did speak for Link a couple of times. Now, granted, and Zelda and Spirit Tracks was also a fantastic sidekick. I'm the only one who can speak on that because I'm the only one who's played it. Fee is overhated just like Navi. You people are mean. Stop that.
Yeah.
She's fine. I like her.
Yeah, well, and it's really interesting, like
Midna.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, her character arc. You know when people talk about like the greatest character arcs ever, and they kind of like put Zuko up as like the greatest character arc ever? I would say Midna. Midna's one of the greatest character arcs. Sure, she doesn't start off like as an enemy, but she starts off as a jerk.
Yeah, she's a massive prick at first.
But like she's a lovable jerk. Like I don't hate her. I find her insanely entertaining. Like when she's like a jerk when you first meet her. And that's like people say, you know how sometimes people like whenever you give an example of like, oh, this female character is so insufferable and this writing her is bad. You should, like, if you're going to make her a jerk, at least make her more likable. And then you'll cite other likable jerk characters. that immediately come to mind. It's like the first one that'll come to mind will be like, say, Tony Stark, for example, or something like that, because he's another person who starts off as a jerk, goes through a character arc, and is actually really likable. But even when he was a jerk, he was still enjoyable. And then they'll be like, oh, you just only like them because they're man. But when a woman's a jerk, no. You can do likable jerks. Tetra and Midna are prime examples of that.
Yeah, because Tetra's also a jerk at first.
Yeah, just like Midna, she kind of goes through a very similar character arc, actually.
I was kind of
Now that I
surprised
think about
it. I was surprised with Midna's character. I didn't know what to expect with her. So just seeing her, like, what's the word? I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's like
softened up.
She didn't really care in the beginning about anything other than like her priorities.
Yeah,
and
like her mission was the only thing she cared about.
Yeah, and
Link
I think
and Zelda were pretty much like pawns for her.
Yeah,
I think admitted that too.
Yeah, when they met Zelda, when Link is a wolf, there was that part where she was just kind of like, "Oh, Hylia can go, they can like burn for all I care," something like that, and like I just made the joke like, "People will die, Midna."
Well, yes, because it's not her world. She doesn't care about this world. She doesn't care what happens to this world. She doesn't care about the war or Xant's interest, what's going on in this world. All she wants is to take down Xant. That's all she cares about and go home. But through the course of her adventures, like you see this subtly too.
Yeah,
she got
really good.
Starts to soften up a little bit up until the point where Xant attacks her. And then and when she's like begging you, like you think, oh, like you're now granted she's been helpful and you kind of started to really take a liking to her, even though she's a likable jerk. You don't want her to die. And then you realize the reason she was pleading with you to run to Zelda was not because she wants you to get Zelda to save her life. She was pleading with you because she wanted Zelda to lift the curse from Link. And you're like, oh, she doesn't care she dies. And she was like begging Link, like tell Zelda of where Link to go to save her kingdom and stop Xant. I was like, oh, and it shows that she's not as selfish as she appears.
Yeah, it's like it's especially once you start finding out like her backstory and you start finding out the reason why she was so mean was because of what Xant had just done to her.
Yeah, she was just putting up walls. She wasn't letting anybody in. She just wanted to focus on her mission, defeat Xant, save her kingdom. She didn't care what happened to the Light Realm. It was all about her realm, her people. But then she started to grow to care about the people in the Light Realm because of her travels with Link and realized that it's also a value. Like the Light Realm shouldn't come at a cost to saving her kingdom. We should save both of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I just really like that progression a lot.
And another reason I think, just to put it, why I would say to put it above Wind Waker, because since we're counting in totality. Twilight Princess base game, GameCube version, is already a fantastic game with very, very little issues. The little touch-ups HD version does is so minor in comparison what Wind Waker HD's quality of license changes are. Like minor things like Twilight Princess HD did, like how if you open up a chest in the OG, if your wallet was full, you would have to put the rupee back in the chest. That was a little annoying. Then you'd have to put on the magic armor to drain some of your rupees. And so that way you could pull out that rupee if your wallet was full. And like, whereas in the HD version, if your wallet's full, it still didn't like force you to like, because what if you had to go out of your way to get that chest? It's like, nope, you just opened it. So that way you don't have to go out of the way, even if your wallet's full, whatever. That's a little quality life thing. They made catching Pose a little bit easier with the little new item. They added a new whole hard mode with the amiibo, the Wolf Link amiibo, with because how you have the Cave of Ordeals for regular Link, human Link. Then they added their own version of Cave of Ordeals for Wolf Link with the amiibo. And then through that, any hearts you saved up as Link in there transfers over to Breath of the Wild, like that, all because of Wind Waker HD. Like I'm counting that for why Twilight Princess HD is great. Like all those amazing little knickknacks. And the other amiibos, like if you wanted to make the game harder, because that is probably my only criticisms of most Zelda games entirely, is the fact that there's no difficulty mode. Like you can't set like easy, normal, hard, things like that. It's at a set difficulty, and that's the difficulty you have straight up. And I guess that's just how Nintendo wants it to be. Sure, that's fine. I just kind of wish. I think it's because I played the game so much that Twilight Princess has become a little easy for me, other than a couple of the later bosses.
Yeah.
But like, it's just, and that's me. I played the game so often, so much. It's become second nature, some of these things. So it's not that hard for me anymore. So that's purely me. That's not the game's fault. But that's the Ganondorf amiibo. Like, you could add that, and it makes the game a little bit harder. And the other cool little things that it's added too. But that's the thing. It's little things that all the HD version did and touched up. Like with the Tears of Light, it made it so they didn't have to look for a couple more, which I didn't mind, but some people did. I think like I could go back and play the GameCube version, replay it, and not have like any complaints too much. And I would do the same for the HD version. I can't say the same for Wind Waker. I would not go back and play the game. Why would I go back and play the GameCube version when I could play the Wii U? It's the better version. I can't say that about Twilight Princess. I think both versions are great. The only version I kind of would have a criticism is the Wii version. Now, granted, that's because I'm also so used to the GameCube version. Everything being flipped throws me for a loop.
Oh, yeah, I could never get over that. Like,
it does throw me for the biggest loop. Another thing that I love, like all the side characters are so great. A lot of the mini games are great. I think the fishing mini game is even better than the one in Ocarina of Time.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I knew that would get you. Cool Man loves his fishing games.
Yeah.
Listen, if your fishing game sucks, your Cool Man, like, you burnt his heart.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is S tier because it has a good fishing game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only thing I'm judging.
Oh, see, I should have argued that. I've been like, but Cool Man, Ocarina has a fishing mini game. That might have been, you've been like, oh, you're right, Triforce here.
Yeah.
It only occurred to me just now.
Yeah, I actually have completed the Twilight Princess like fishing minigame. I've unlocked everything in there. I even did all of the rollerball stuff.
Oh, it's so good. And all the side characters are fun. Like, even right down to like all the little shopkeepers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and they also added a cute fisher girl for
yes, your waifu henna.
Yeah.
Cool Man sees like the one NPC that nobody focuses on. He's just like, you're mine now.
Yeah.
This is where he will lay all of his affections.
Yes.
And I also can't get enough like the aesthetic and design. Like all of these characters' designs are so detailed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's a little bit more towards the realistic side. Sort of. It's still very stylized. And I think the HD version really fixes any of those problems that the original one had.
Yeah, like it brightened up the colors so things don't look as brown and muted.
Yeah, and that little extra little details on the textures, on the models, really does help them age better, because they aged kind of roughly compared to like they would make.
And it's so funny too when people looked at the HD version when it came out. People are like, "Oh, it barely looks different from the GameCube version." I'm like, "You've clearly never played the GameCube version."
No,
because then you'll put them side by side. And you're like, "Oh, there is a difference." Like, yeah, first of all, they've added in more textures and it's more bright. Sure, the models aren't that much different. They just added more texture and color to them. But that's because of the art style wasn't bad in the original.
No, it was done on the GameCube, so.
And like, I think that really shows a testament to the GameCube that it was always fine looking for its time. Like I remember back when it first came out, being so impressed with the springs, the water, and I looked at that, I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. Or when you first see the ghost of the Zora Queen, and I was just like, oh wow, that model is. That design, it's so gorgeous. Like I remember being so blown away. And Zelda's design, I remember being like, oh my gosh, like so many things. I'm like, that's beautiful, that's beautiful, that's beautiful. And the dungeons in Twilight Princess are some of my favorite.
Yeah, they're really good. I even like the water temple in this one.
Oh
Like
yeah,
I think
love
they
the
were
Lake Blood Temple.
yeah, I think they were very conscious when they were making it to like not fall into the same pitfalls that the Ocarina of Time water
Yeah,
temple
you can
had.
get lost, but not so lost that you have to erase your game and start over if you do the wrong thing in the wrong order. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they fixed that with both the Master Quest. What's funny is I forgot to bring this up when we talked about Ocarina of Time. The Master Quest version of the GameCube, it's pretty much the same old game where it's just Ocarina of Time but harder. Everything else is harder except the Water Temple. They made the Water Temple easier. And the 3DS, like, it added arrows in certain areas, so that way it's like, here, do it in this order, so that way you will not get lost and not screw over the puzzle and like be forced to erase your game. Like, so like it definitely later versions improved Ocarina of Time, but like Lake Bad Temple was already fun from the get-go. Now granted, you could get lost, it could be confusing, but one of the most amusing parts is like you could like occasionally you can always talk to Midna and she'll like have a little witty comment here and there, and one of her witty comments is like you could tell is like a meta comment about water temples where she's like just like she's like, this is so confusing. She's like, do Zora's design all temples this confusing? Which is so funny because of even Majora's Mask, the Ocean Temple got flack.
Yeah.
You know, the one that one got flack. The Wind Waker, like I don't think Wind Waker had an Ocean Temple. Now that I think about it,
No,
But
the
Wind Waker-
whole world was ocean.
yeah,
The
that
Tower
got,
of Gods was kind of like their water temple.
yeah, the whole all of Wind Waker, poor Wind Waker got flack. But like well, yeah, but also in Phantom Hourglass, right? That they also had that also a water temple.
I don't remember.
Well, because there was one, JD, you talked about earlier where you said it killed your
Oh, the Ocean King Temple.
No,
Oh,
sailing.
that was me talking about it. That wasn't exactly a water temple.
Well, I mean, it's still water themed. Like that's what I mean. Like there's like almost like a precedent like where this keeps happening. And it was just funny that Midna kind of like, granted, not like she knows the history of all this. So she's just like, why did the Zoras have to design something so confusing? Is this just like something that they do?
Speaking of Midna, I really loved how her relationship with Link evolved throughout the story.
Oh, I love it so much.
So good, and it really tied into her character development. How she slowly grew to trust him, and he started to trust her back.
Oh, I love their relationship. They have the best partner, and that's not just because I ship them. Shut up, chat. Shut up, cool man.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
You were thinking it.
I was just thinking about Hana.
Listen, it's okay. Keep lusting after your fisher wife. No wonder you like her. You love like fishing mini games. They introduced this
perfect.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And she's like this cute little girl that owns like a fishing mini game shop. It's just like suddenly the woman of his dreams. Just like, finally, Zelda understands me.
Yeah.
Midna's so good. And yes, that bittersweet ending. That ending. Oh, it guts me. But it's like, this is also when you were coming back, you're like, we can handle a sad ending, Zelda. Like, whenever you're talking about, like, come on, Age of Calamity. Like,
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is proof of it. Sure, it's not depressing, but it's still, like, it and Skyward Sword kind of do have some bittersweet moments near the end. Like, because you also have to say goodbye to Fee. I was like,
yeah.
Like, at Majora's Mask, good God, they put you through the ringer in that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like, and this is something that in Breath of the Wild, I remember, speaking of Fee, that when Fee got mentioned in Breath of the Wild, when Zelda said she heard a voice from the Master Sword that was telling her what to do, I was just like, oh, Fee, she's still around,
baby girl.
Yeah, and that's something that really feels like it's so great after you play Skyward Sword. And like when she basically goes into the Master Sword, presumably permanently, like, and she makes it clear that she'll always.
It's to explain why in every other game you pull the Master Sword, why it doesn't talk to you.
Yeah, but then it's saying that like she's still there and still serving, the Links. It's just like, yeah, especially
watching over him and protecting him, even if she is like asleep.
Yeah.
Oh man, but like, gosh, I I don't mind that we didn't have a character in Breath of the Wild to be our sidekick character. The closest you get is the Wolf Link amiibo, like, and he can follow you around. Because the whole point of that game is that you're alone, and like that's by design. You're supposed to feel like almost this isolation feeling for most of the game. Like, so that's all by design. That's fine. I just would love for a future game to give us another sidekick character. Because I kind of
Yeah.
I like them. I like sidekick characters.
Yeah.
Fans, stop being mean to Navi and Fee. They're fine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I want us to have Zelda again as a like we
Yeah,
have Zelda
Spirit
back.
Tracks.
Yeah.
Although she hasn't been in like the past 2 trailers. I'm like, hey, what's up, Breath of the Wild? Why haven't we seen Zelda in the past 2 trailers? Is she okay? Last time we saw her in a trailer, she fell down a chasm.
Well, I mean, they haven't really done much story. It's been a lot of showing like the world and gameplay.
Well, I know. Granted, the original Breath of the Wild didn't even show us like NPCs until like the final trailer, so it's probably deceptive too. I mean, granted, even the original Breath of the Wild trailer, we didn't even see Princess Zelda until some of the last trailers. Like, so it was keeping that very close to the chest. But like, I miss sidekick characters. They're a lot of fun. And Midna, I think that maybe that's also why people are so harsh on Fee, because of the previous sidekick character before that was Midna and Spirit Tracks Zelda. And those are high bars for sidekick characters. So I think that might be why people were needlessly harsh on her. Way too needlessly harsh on her.
Yeah.
But yeah, Midna's definitely like, if you're going to make a sidekick character, try to be as good as her. If not as good as her, be as good as the King of the Red Lions and Spirit Tracks Zelda. I would even take another Fee or Navi or Tattle. They were all good too. They served their function exactly what they were intended for, just fine.
Yeah.
But okay. Also the boss battles in Twilight Princess are amazing.
Yeah, like I do love how they were really like grand in scale, and each one
very
of them,
cinematic.
Yeah. And like I did like, and I mean, I guess this is also something that can be criticism of Twilight Princess, was like the fact that some items would be used a lot in the dungeon, like the spinner. The spinner is probably like one of the biggest ones.
Now, granted, they did have some other. They did have like a couple like puzzles in the overworld that you could still bring that back to use it for. But at the same time, I could throw that same criticism at Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask.
Yeah, that's something that Zelda has struggled with, and I think that's why
I think Skyward Sword, ironically, is the one that fixed that.
Yeah, like because it's more linear, everything is more carefully designed.
And you could use a lot of these items for a lot of things. Now, granted, I still think Twilight Princess, like, it's a minor thing, and I still think it's like amazing at what it does in almost every capacity. And what else? All the characters. I did like that there was like a bunch of civilians that like recognized there was something going wrong in their kingdom, and they wanted to do something about it.
Yeah, the resistance group was. I remember when the resistance group showed up, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." And then you find out, oh, Russell from your village is the leader of the resistance, and I was just like, "What?"
Yeah, and Telma like has basically her bar is like a hideout for them. I love that.
Yeah.
Like they're all so great. Like Ashe, Shad,
Yeah, Shad.
and Russell and Telma, like they're all so likable. The Kakariko also being like tiny, like almost like a little ghost town with barely any people, is so haunting, especially after how bustling it is in Ocarina of Time. Now, granted, it's also bustling in Breath of the Wild, so it's so nice to see that it was able to rebuild itself after the end of Twilight Princess. Like that's heartwarming, like in hindsight. But like, there's so many. Oh gosh, and the fact that the Temple of Time is a dungeon.
Yeah.
Like, I loved the Temple of Time. Sure, the final boss in it is a little anticlimactic, but it was funny too. Like, you just swat the spider a couple of times with your giant statue you can possess.
I thought that spider was going to be harder than what it was.
Well, I think it's so funny that the sub boss, which is just a dark nut, was way harder.
The dark nuts in Twilight Princess
Are
are
so tough. They're
like-
so tough.
yeah, like and I love how they have like phases. Like you have the armor phase, you need to cut off their armor, and then they get fast, and then you have to beat them.
For just a mook enemy, they really granted it up to make them like mini bosses. I kind of like what they do with the Lionels in Breath of the Wild, where it's essentially it's like a mook that you could come across anywhere in the overworld. Same with the Dark Knight, you could come across them anywhere. Granted, after the Temple of Time, you don't come across them in the overworld or anything like that. But other dungeons and stuff like that, like there's even a point in Hyrule Castle where you have to come across 3 of them, and it's just like, oh shoot! But they are tough. They are really durable enemies, and like they were kind of tough in Wind Waker, but these guys are way tougher.
Yeah.
And they get more challenging the more you knock off their armor. Like they get faster. They can throw their weapons at you.
Yeah. Like they're an enemy I definitely want to see brought back again like that. Like because they were so fun. It felt like every time you fought one, it was a proper duel.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really, really good. Oh, so good. And oh yeah, the one of the aspects of Ocarina of Time that they also improved in Twilight Princess was the horseback.
Yes.
Like horseback mechanics were way better in the fact that you can not only swing around your sword and your bow and arrow on horseback, and the horseback combat was fantastic. And also, yeah, I think it's we didn't mention this enough, but Wolf Link actually plays really well as also.
Yeah. It's
I
especially
love playing as Wolf Link.
yeah, you definitely need it to play well because you spend like what, a third of the game as Wolf Link.
And I love that you could talk to the animals, and it's like one of the only times you could talk to Epona. Granted, all she says to you is hurry up and change to your true form, Link. But it's still just like, I can
Aw.
talk to Epona!
Yeah.
I love Twilight Princess so much. I probably should stop myself before I go on for another hour.
Yeah, like it's really good. I remember a few years back when I was replaying it. Like that was just such a blast.
It's so good. Oh, it's so good. I want to play it again. Nintendo, put in a Wind Waker on the Switch. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Get it together, Nintendo.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah. But just quick before we move on, the final boss with Ganondorf was
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. And the fact that you could fight as Wolf Link, you could fight on horseback, and you could just fight as regular Link. Just like all forms of major combat in Twilight Princess, all in the final fight.
yeah. Like it's great because it made it feel like everything you learned throughout the game
It was all
all
leading to this.
yeah. Leading
Oh yeah, and the puppet Zelda fight was really good too.
yeah. Yeah, you had 4 phases to that fight. That should be standard. Like we need to have like the Ganondorf fights are like huge. They should be huge.
It's so good. Like I don't even mind that Demise's. Well, I mean, technically, with the imprisoned one, you got different versions of that, but I don't want to count that because those were nowhere near as awesome as Demise's fight. But I feel like Girahim's fight kind of outclasses those, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, Demise felt kind of easy after that, especially because by that point I had gotten the Hylian shield, so I didn't have to worry about shield durability in that fight.
Yeah. Girahim's was extremely difficult. But that, I mean, like, even with my issues with Skyward Sword, I felt like it wasn't like stupid difficult where the game was like cheaping out.
Yeah.
You know, like it was just like it was trying to be bad. It was like, no, it's like this game is like, but it's like reasonably challenging. Like it's just you just have to try to overcome it.
Yeah.
As that I feel is the same way too. And you know, Twilight Palace. Oh God, okay. You know, before we move on, I have to talk about Twilight Palace because of you know the little monster hand thingy, and they bring it back for the Twilight Realm. That freaking thing. I have to share a funny story because I don't think I've ever shared this on a stream before. So when I was replaying it, this is before Twilight Princess HD came out. Me and Mackenzie always like tried to play Twilight Princess once a year. That was kind of like our tradition ever since we were in high school. And it was always like Twilight Princess. As soon as we got to the Twilight Palace, that was one part, kind of like the Silent Realm we dreaded, but it wasn't as tough. I feel like it's still reasonably challenging, but we're always just like, no, don't take away our light. We want it. And then while we were playing it one time, well, I play it, she watches. While we were playing it, one time there was this glitch that occurred, and one of the rooms where where it like you put the thing in and it creates like the light stairs and stuff like that. And like a whole lot of them, there's this huge section and you got to shoot it before the hand comes up to get you. I stunned it and I picked up the thing and I'm going up the stairs and I remember I put it down and I turn around to go point at the hand because I'm like, okay, the time is worn off. It's got to be coming up to come get me. And it's stuck in a corner and it's not moving. And it's like kind of shaking a little bit. And then me and Mackenzie stopped and we were like, is it glitching? We're like, I think it's glitching. And then we stood there for a minute. We're like, oh my gosh, it's glitching. And I'm like, take a picture of this. This has never happened while we played this, like ever. And it was stuck. And then I picked it up and I'm just like, woohoo, I'm exploiting this glitch. I got out of there. And it made it so much easier because I was so close to the final stretch. And I was just like, yes! That never happened while I played Twilight Princess HD. But even with that hand giving me a little bit of anxiety, it was still fun. Unlike the Silent Realm, that's the only thing. It didn't give me nearly as much anxiety as the Silent Realm. Because with the Silent Realm, I'm screaming and I'm like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. But yeah, it's go good. Okay, the Twilight Realm, also the designs of that. Holy cow. I said I would stop gushing about this game, but this game, oh my gosh, the aesthetics are so cool.
Yeah, the Twilight Realm is or in the Twilight.
Twilight.
They were such an in terms of like overall lore, they're so underused. Like a big deal is made of them and the dark interlopers they came from, and you had a whole cutscene talking about that backstory. And then,
now, granted, I totally subscribe to the theory that the Zonai have some connection to the Twilight, or at least the Dark Interlopers. I totally subscribe to that in Breath of the Wild, and everyone's like running wild with theories like, is it going to come back? It's totally going to come back in Breath of the Wild too. And everyone's like, and the more and more people are like picking apart. It's so funny how people pick apart the tiniest little things that you can find in the scarce detail we've been getting for Breath of the Wild too. And it's just making me more and more convinced that it's going to be a thing. I hope I'm right. If I'm wrong, that's fine. That's nothing wrong with it. I want to judge the game based on what it is and not what I hope it is. This is not the same as Age of Calamity. It was advertising itself as something else. Let's get that straight.
Yeah.
This is not me going in with expectations that are false because if I created them. This is them creating those false expectations. But that's neither here nor there. I hope they do more with the Twilight Realm. I hope it comes back. Or even if Termina, if like some form of Termina comes back. I also love those theories that the Twilight might have some connection to the dark power of Majora because of the mask that like Midna's like the eye on it. It's shaped similar to Majora's.
Yeah,
like,
the fused shadow.
Yeah, the fused shadow. Like of just like, and some of the stuff is really creepy. Like those powers, and it does kind of remind me of Majora.
Well, yeah, especially when she uses the full fused shadow. And it sends out these weird like tendril arms.
Yeah, it's
like,
so creepy.
That's kind of like what happens when Majora goes into the full form.
Yeah, it's
for the final boss.
It's so mysterious. Oh, I want to know more. There's so much about. That's what I love about Zelda games too. There's also a lot of that you can speculate. And a lot of Zelda games do this, especially since A Link to the Past and on, where they do a lot of subtle storytelling in the background, but they also keep it vague to keep the fans going crazy with speculation. And no game does this more than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild went ham with, creating mythos everywhere in its background to have people speculating and wondering what the meaning of that is, what's the legend surrounding that. And I love it when games do that. Like that. That makes my theorist brain go crazy. I love it when things make me do that. We probably should move on before I pull us into another I'm sorry, chat. I know I spoke the most about this, but I can't help it. This is my favorite game. I love it.
Yeah. So this is going to be simple. This is the Game &
Empty
Watch
bottle.
Zelda.
Empty bottle.
Empty bottle.
I don't think any of us have ever played it.
No, yeah, but it's literally just the original Zelda, but a little handheld.
I know they did a couple of those because I know there was also a Link's Awakening one on a Game and Watch as well.
Yeah.
I've actually never played any Game and Watch stuff ever in my life.
Neither have I.
So
I played Mr. Game and Watch in Smash Brothers.
That doesn't count.
Oh.
It totally counts.
No, it doesn't. Don't you give him that limb. Next up,
Majora's Mask.
Oh, Majora's Mask. Oh.
I love this game so much. It still blows me away that this game was made in a year.
Okay, before we put that somewhere, I would like to make a concession. I think Spirit Tracks should be low Master Sword tier the more I think about it. I don't care if I'm the only person who's played it. I changed my mind.
Okay.
Okay, now we can go back to Jordan.
All right.
Aaron's rolling the.
Listen, I'm the only one who played it.
Oh no. Anyway.
It's just really good. Spirit Tracks is really good. You guys should play it. It's good.
Mhm.
Anyways, Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is a good game. I would put it above Ocarina.
Yes. I think it takes a lot of the stuff from Ocarina of Time and refines it.
It was the first one to do that, to refine stuff from Ocarina.
Yeah, and it decided to do it in a way that was completely different. And they worked around their limitations for development by making a smaller scale game. You have 4 dungeons, 1 town, and then a pretty small overworld.
Yeah,
and
it is the most divorced from a lot of the Zelda's lore, second only to Link's Awakening.
Yeah.
Like, there's no Triforce, there's no this and that, but that doesn't change the fact that it is amazing.
Yeah, and they really made the time mechanic work so well. And including especially talking about remakes, the Majora's Mask 3D
Yes.
Did make improvements, especially adding a lot more details to the Bomber's Notebook, because the Bomber's Notebook was always helpful.
Yes, Crimson Cloak, absolutely. Still some of the best side quests in any Zelda games. It really added character to the world. I can't say that about many games, to where the side quests add so much character to the world of your story.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. And it's a clever way to deal with the whole. Oh well, we have limited time to develop, so we'll take a lot.
Only a year. They only had a year.
Yeah, so they took a lot of the assets and built around that, and then they added the time mechanic, so that you had to run around the same areas multiple times, and then said, okay, now you have to figure out what you need to do at what time, and all these different quests were time sensitive across the 3 days. It's incredible. It really is amazing how much they refined, even though it doesn't follow Ocarina of Time's formula at all.
But it does take its assets, a lot of its character models, and it builds this whole really dark story. But I guess I would say with Twilight Princess, it's more mature than dark. A lot of somber things and bittersweet moments in there, but so many memorable and likable characters that you get really attached to, especially the Romani Ranch, Cafe and Anjou. Oh my gosh, those are my favorites off the top of my head. But even the Zora, the Gorons. Oh man, and just even the Happy Mask Salesman, a little tiny side character from Ocarina of Time that didn't really have much importance, and they gave him a major importance. And even Skull Kid didn't have that much importance in Ocarina of Time. He was just this little NPC, and they built a huge story around it.
Yeah.
It'd be like if somebody made a sequel to Twilight Princess, but made another alternate universe, and Henna was one of the major characters in there.
Yeah.
and that one chick with the afro.
Yeah, Hannah's sister.
Yeah, Imagine that. Like, if something like, I'm going to take this character, and we're going to make you major characters. It's like, whoa, like galaxy brain.
Yeah.
It's so good. And I'm gonna, before I gush a little bit more, I feel like I've talked way too much in this stream, so I'm gonna let Julie and Janie give any thoughts they have about Majora's Mask first. One of you go.
I love Majora's Mask. I did. I had to watch a Let's Player as I was playing along because I knew there was a lot to it, and I didn't think I would be able to do it on my own. And I affectionately call this game Anxiety the Game because I didn't realize that you had to do all this stuff in 3 days.
Yes,
I love that you can use the ocarina to go back to like the beginning of the 3 days, so you can do more of these side quests. And it's like the more you do the quest, the better the story is. And
yes,
it's just Link, this 10, 11-year-old kid going out and just helping people, and he makes everything so much better. And in the background, the moon is a scary little big freaking thing.
So much nightmare imagery. Before Twilight Princess introduced us some nightmare imagery, Majora's Mask did it first.
Like every day that moon would get bigger and I would be like, oh my gosh, we're all gonna die. But I very much enjoy it. I do want to play it again, but I still don't think I can do it on my own.
That's okay. That's what we call getting good, and we can all do it. Unlike David Jaffe, we all persevere. Julie, any thoughts?
I have a confession to make. I actually only played like half an hour of Majora's Mask. I do want to get back into it, but I kind of want to replay Ocarina of Time first, since it's the direct prequel to it, and I will get back to it at some point.
Okay, since you only played a little bit of it, did whenever Link was chasing after Skull Kid, did something immediately stick out to you compared to Ocarina?
It's been like years since I played it, so I actually don't remember.
Okay, do you remember Link having to jump on platforms and then suddenly doing a double flip?
Yes, vaguely.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Cool, man. I was leading you into it.
I was waiting for you to finish so I could jump in.
I was setting you up. Man. Go for it, man.
Yeah. So I remember when I was first playing Majora's Mask, because I played Ocarina of Time on the virtual console, and then after I beat that, I got Majora's Mask on the virtual console and played that. And I remember going from Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask, the first thing that stuck out to me was chasing Skull Kid, and like Link does this twisting flip when he jumps, and I was like, he never did that in Ocarina of Time. Like even just like the basic animations were improved for Majora's Mask. Like they really made improvements to everything that they could, which is amazing, really. Like
what they could do. This is also why the smaller scale, I think, was also needed, so they could make the sacrifice of the bigger world for a smaller one. But because if they could improve what little they could on that N64 cartridge, they're like, what more can we, like little things? And it's like it immediately stuck out to me. And I remember that feeling because I had that exact same feeling when I first played it, and I was just like, Link just did a flip.
Do a flip.
It just immediately it stuck out to me. I was just like, holy crap. I remember that blowing my mind. And the game is so creepy too. There's so many creepy elements, but it's like the good kind of creepy. Like, I'm not big on horror movies. I'll admit there's not horror as a genre is not bad. It's just I get nightmares easily. So anything that's super, super duper scary, like I will immediately have a nightmare about it. And the problem is my imagination, my dreams can get so vivid. It's just like, not a good experience. Not pleasant at all for me. But spooky ooky stuff, I still love in stories. I love ghost stories, things like that, supernatural things, creepy things. So even though I'm not good with horror, I am good with horror elements. Like I also love that. I dig it. I dig stuff like even if it makes me feel dread, even if it makes me feel terror, but not ones that'll like I'll be traumatized for like. Now I know some kids were traumatized by Majora's Mask, and
The moon.
actually I feel that's very understandable because the imagery is scary, but I think it's because if I was not that young when I played Majora's Mask. What year did it come out, Coleman?
Was it 99 or 2000? Let me.
Because Wind
I think
Waker was
Ocarina of Time was
2003.
99.
Just looked
Okay,
it up.
it came out. It came out in 2000.
Okay, because I remember I played it a year after it came out. I didn't actually, because my brother played it and I watched him play a little bit of it, but I played it myself a year after it came out. So it was 2001. And to put things into perspective, I was in 6th grade in 2001. So I was a preteen. I wasn't a little child anymore. So I think that might be why it didn't traumatize me. If maybe if I was 8, it would have, but I wasn't, so it didn't. But I loved the creepy elements. I thought it really added like some sense of dread, but like in the kind that like, oh, I don't know if I want to press forward, but I should. I gotta, I gotta, I gotta keep pressing forward, especially because this whole story started because of Link was just looking for Navi. And then, Epona gets taken from him. So then it's like, oh, I got to find Navi. But now I also got to find Epona too. So that was another thing. Like, oh, I got to find my horse. I got to do this. I got to do that. And then I find all these likable characters. So it's like, yeah, it's scary. But like, I was willing to go through the terror because I also wanted to help a lot of these people because they're so likable. If Ocarina of Time really wanted to make memorable characters, and it did. It was still very simple though. But I think Majora's Mask was the first time where it said we really, really, really want to try a little bit more to add more maturity, more depth, and more nuance.
Well, yeah, and I think it really helps that it was a character-driven story. First of all, it was one they knew they couldn't do a big elaborate like a big dramatic plot like Ocarina of Time, so they decided along with the smaller scale. Instead of trying to make you care about the fate of Termina as a whole, they made you care about the people within Termina.
Yeah, like this little clock town and these little areas outside of the clock town.
Yeah, like it is a really small area, but they packed it with the amount of characters involved and it had all these little stories that you were following as you do side quests. That you start to care about these characters, and it really makes when the moon starts getting closer and you see these people panicking, that it starts to make you feel it less like, oh well, I'm just going to rewind time. And it's like you get to see these people who have no concept of rewinding time panicking.
Well, and it's also so sad too because when you rewind time, you're going to rewind back to the days. So like all these relationships that you started to develop, they're not going to remember you because you're going back.
Yeah.
And so it is a part of like that you're going to lose.
One thing.
So sad.
Sorry.
No, I know. It's okay.
No, it's fine. I was just saying that like one of the side quests with like the engaged couple, I can't remember.
Yes, Cafe and Anju.
That was so sad. And it's
honestly, that's my favorite side quest.
You have to rewind time like at the very last second, and that's very anxiety inducing, but like the entire time you're just focusing on these two like people who are in love and it's their last days on earth, and they were supposed to get married the next day, and it's just like, oh my gosh, it's a good thing we are rewinding back time now.
But so the other sad thing is like her fiance is cursed, and their story is so Shakespearean. But it's just this little side couple. Like, you could totally beat the game and ignore that quest if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But then you'd lose. That's the
Say,
thing,
why
though.
would you?
Why would you? That's the fun thing about the side quests in Majora's Mask. Like, I will say a lot of the ones in Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, they're fine. But that's the one element I think Majora's Mask, and I think it's because Majora's Mask is small scale, so a lot of the focus was done in the side quests.
Yeah.
But all these side quests, like, you can easily skip a lot of them, all of them even, and still beat the main game and fine. But so much of the game so much of its personality is in the side quests. And I
Yeah.
can't say that about many video games, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, and like I said, since it's a character-driven story, they emphasized the characters in the side quests. It's not just, you go and get the big Goron sword, or you go and deliver this. Like, these quests are about different people and stuff they want to do. And in some cases, like the cafe, the Anju, and frick,
Yeah, Cafe and Anju and
Cafe
Romani.
and Anju. Yeah, and the Romani, especially like if you miss the Romani like story quest, then you find her on the third day, like having been like had her mind like screwed up by the aliens, and she's just completely borderline lobotomized.
That's the other weird thing. They said that there's aliens in this game. It's just like Majora's Mask is weird. Now, granted, I think it's just Romani is just a little girl, and that's what she calls them. I think it's probably like some other mythical creature and whatever.
Because they look kind of like reused pose that are like done up.
And Romani is a little kid.
Yeah, they want the cows because
but it's that trope, because aliens abducting livestock, but they're reusing assets though from Ocarina of Time. But I think it's just like Romani's just just one of those like a goofy little kid, like Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
Like, so she just has these silly, goofy conspiracy theories, and she's just trying to make sense of things. Her and her sister Cremina.
Yeah, Cremia.
Yeah, like she and her sister. I get it. They're just reused assets of Malon. Malon's, as a kid, and Malon as an adult. But like they took that asset of two versions of Malon and decided to make a really heartwarming story and bittersweet. And oh my gosh, if you fail and they die, oh man, it's so sad. Because she tucks Romani in and doesn't want to tell her about the end of the world. Aww. And just wants her sister to go to sleep peacefully and happily and have good dreams before they both die. And I remember when I got to that and I started bawling. I get so attached to these characters. And that's the other thing. Like, sure, like Wind Waker and all these other ones and Twilight, but they're all fantastic. They're cinematic. They're grand scale. They're wonderful games. But I also think we should do some more smaller scale stories in Zelda 2. Like, I also really miss that. I think Phantom Hourglass was another one that was smaller scale, but it's not as good as Majora's Mask. It's just all right. Like, Spirit Tracks is kind of smaller scale. That's one that's done right. That's a good one. But like
Minish Cap is also small scale.
Yeah, well, literally. Yeah. But like I want also more stories also told that way too. I also like smaller scale stories or more character focused stories, like things like that. Though it's all great too. And that's the great thing about Zelda, like the wide variety of Zelda, is it can have these different styles of gameplay and still be so good. That's my final thoughts on Majora's Mask.
Yeah. So let's move on to the last game on the list. This is it. This is the finale.
Okay, so before we decide to put it anywhere, let's leave it down there for a second. Or not down there. How could you do that?
I'm
You know what? Just for now, just put it in Master Sword as a joke, like because yuck Master Sword. Okay, I think since it's the final one, it's only fair if we go from bottom to top. Janie, I want you to first share any complaints you have about the game, and before you say what you love about the game and where you would want to rank it. And then we'll have Julie do that, I do that, and Coolman do that.
Okay, so disclaimer, I did not finish Breath of the Wild.
That's okay.
So, like, I know what happens in it because you can't avoid spoilers for very long, but my complaint from what I have played, background, I wasn't really, I got away from video games for a little bit when I got into college, And then like Breath of the Wild was one of the first big games that I bought with the Switch. And so like I hadn't played a Zelda game in a long time since then. So I was really like not good at it. And that's not the game's fault. It was just me. But like
Well,
going
it is
into
also a tougher Zelda game, so you really shouldn't beat yourself up for that either. Like, it's by design wants to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, but like I kind of got the hang of it for what I was playing as. My only complaint was like the stamina. I was not used to stamina in a game, and I was not. You had to get a stupid horse. Me and horses are not friends in games. Like I wasn't good at the horses in Twilight Princess either. So you had to get this stupid wild horse, and I couldn't get the stupid wild horse for some reason, and I didn't know what I was doing. But
Man, whenever I have amiibos, automatically one of the perks of one of the amiibos is you get a Pona.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that, but anyway, it was just like my complaints are just mostly just like trying to get into the game and trying to figure out how the game worked. I tried doing that.
I guess a better way to when you were playing it and you thought to yourself, the game could have done this, or I would have preferred this as a criticism, like for it. Maybe not just man, but like it's a skill issue because.
Yeah, all my complaints are just skill issues. Like I was satisfied with what I did play.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Okay, if it's mostly just skill issue for you, then what do you love about it?
I love how it looks. I think it's a very beautiful game. We bought the Wii U version first, and like the Wii U we didn't play our Wii U a whole lot, and our TV wasn't very big at the time, so I didn't get the full effect until we got our Switch and played the Switch version. And I was just like playing, and it's just like, this is just very beautiful. I'm just very impressed. It looks good. It feels good, and I really should get back and play it. But it's just like trying to make myself do it.
Okay. What do you think of the combat?
I'm trying to remember how the combat was actually.
Well, one of the things it introduced, and something that it expanded upon more in Skyward Sword, is the weapons durability.
Oh, I'm not that big on the weapons durability thing. That I forgot about that. That was another thing that I wasn't really into because like my brother got into it further than me, and I was watching him play a little bit, and something broke, and I was just like, wait, why would that break? It's your weapon. And he's like, you have to buy more weapons because they have durability and all that. I'm like, well, that's kind of stupid.
Well, the only thing is you don't buy weapons, you find them.
Oh, finding them, my bad. Yeah, things like that. I was just kind of like, why can't this club I find work more than like 3 uses?
That's fine. Yeah. The overworld map, because it is the first open world Zelda.
What I think about it?
What'd you think about it?
I like it. I'm not used to open world games like this. I'm like the more linear thing was always my thing. But I very much liked the idea of just like running somewhere and it not really matter. And it was very tricky because like I would go into enemy territory and it's like, oh, now I have to fight the enemies now. And you like trying to dodge everything. But it was it was very interesting. It was something new for me, but I wasn't mad about it. Like I was like wanting to get better.
So where would you personally put it if like ignore what the rest of us might say? Like now granted your opinion might change after you hear what the rest of us might say, but even though you haven't beaten it, where do you feel comfortably sitting it at?
I like it in the Master Sword tier personally. Like, even though I did not beat it, I know it's a good game. I know I would love it if I went back into it and started over from the beginning and actually like since I know more about it and know what I'm getting into, I know I would do better for it, and I know I would love this game. So I want it to be in Master Sword tier for sure. I would put it in Triforce tier, but I didn't beat the game, and that's why I can't put it in Triforce tier.
I think that's fair. That's how you feel. Now, Julie, your turn.
All right, full disclaimer, I'm not the biggest fan of open world games. But I feel that Breath of the Wild did do it very well. But anyways, the stuff that I didn't quite like, I wasn't a big fan of how they set up. They had the shrine set up.
Oh, I forgot about the shrines. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, and especially like the battle ones, it got kind of tedious to do afterward.
I would agree with that.
And I actually feel because I stopped playing Breath of the Wild because of the shrines, but because I'm kind of a completionist, so I'm like, I have to finish it, but I hate doing it. So it's just like,
yeah, the reward isn't the greatest if you complete all the shrines. I think the Wild is not. Yeah, I'll let Cool Man rip that one. It's more entertaining when he does it. But keep going, Julie. Sorry for interrupting you.
I also feel that the Divine Beasts weren't proper dungeons, so and I would love to have more bigger scale dungeons, which I hope we will get in Breath of the Wild too. I think that's most of my gripes.
All right, what do you love about it?
Well, as I mentioned, I am not a big on open world, but I feel that Breath of the Wild does it really well. The only open world game that I like more is the Pokemon Arceus. I also really
to be fair, it's Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true.
But I would, you know what I would say though? I would say it's because of Breath of the Wild that it got you to play Pokemon Arceus. Because if think about it, would you really say, "Oh man, open world Pokemon" until after Breath of the Wild?
Yeah. I also really loved like going in and trying to find all the memories to unravel the mystery of what exactly happened.
Yeah.
And I loved how they established Zelda's character because it makes sense. Like she has so much pressure on herself, and Link is the champion, so it makes sense for her to like lash out and blame him.
Yeah, I think her and Skyward Sword Zelda are my favorite Zeldas, I would say. Breath of the Wild Zelda and Skyward Sword Zelda. I think they have the most interesting personalities out of all the Zeldas.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Zelda at all when we were doing Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword Zelda is cutie.
I love Skyward Sword Zelda.
But oh man, like, that's another character that's under a lot of pressure. Like, but yes, she's. Anyways, I'm interrupting you, Julie. Keep going.
It's okay. I feel the fandom sometimes gives her too much flack for acting very realistically. I also love the Zora plotline a lot because
oh yeah, I love Sidon and Mipha.
They're so good. That was the first plotline I pursued, and that was before I actually knew that Mipha and Link had a history. But it made me want to save her, and I really loved like her final goodbye too. Granted, I got her and Rivali.
Hers is the most emotional out of all the champions and of the like when the final word before, like after you've completed the Divine Beast. Which makes sense, her history with Link, why she would have the most heartfelt.
Yeah. I also really love that they brought back the Rito race because I love them in Wind Waker.
I think their designs are fantastic.
Yeah, they adjusted it so well to the Breath of the Wild's art style. I haven't done.
I like the Rito a lot, and sorry for interrupting you again. I just wanted to make this one comment. Like the Rito and Wind Waker, I love them. I just think their designs are kind of silly,
a bit cartoonish.
I mean, it's a cartoon game, so that's fine. Yeah. But like, I think it's because of their beaks don't really look like beaks; they just look like giant noses. Like it's like, right, it's a nitpick. It's just me, but but yeah, Breath of the Wild, they look fantastic.
I still need to do the Goron and the Gerudo plotlines. I've like started them, but I was like, oh, shrines, I need to do those.
Oh, so you actually haven't beaten Breath of the Wild yet?
No, I haven't. I'm like halfway through, but I feel that
Charlie probably sent a super chat.
Oh, $5 super chat from Charlie Spur. Cool man, I'm coming for you. Be ready. There's nowhere you can hide.
Well, I mean, why would you hunt him down? He relinquished that Ocarina of Time belongs in Triforce.
Yeah,
So
I put it there. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?
it's okay. It's got a fishing mini game. He'll keep it there.
He's been compensated.
But yeah, I haven't finished the last two main lines, but I do want to get back to it because I do want to beat Breath of the Wild. It is a really good game. I feel that they did a lot of things really well, and even though it was pretty experimental since it's the first open world game. Oh, another thing I'm not a huge fan of is how your weapons break. Especially with the Master Sword. Sorry?
Yeah, the durability system. With the Master Sword, it at least recharges.
Yeah. It's just a bit annoying. Like it gives me a bit of anxiety. It's like, oh, I can't use this weapon too much or else I'll break on me.
It definitely forces you to try to be a lot more strategic and careful, especially with the tougher enemies. But sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, it's okay.
Where would you put it?
I'd say a high Master Sword because there are just other games I feel I like more subjectively. But I feel that it really started something, and I hope to see it improved in Breath of the Wild too.
Okay. All right. Cracks my knuckles. Get ready, kids. So, I will lay out my gripes with Breath of the Wild from tiny nitpicks to something I really think that absolutely 100% they need to change for Breath of the Wild 2. And then I'll go into gushing about this game, and then I'll go into where I think it deserves to be. So, one of my tiny gripes, very tiny, let me pet the dogs! Twilight Princess lets me hold the kitties and the doggies. Let me pet the dogs. Feeding them is not enough. Okay. Another one is definitely, as you guys said, the weapons durability system. This is more of a, now granted, some people are fine with it. Other people absolutely despise it. I'm somewhere more in the middle ground. I see where both sides are coming from. Now, the sides that are for it, I understand the philosophy behind it. It definitely wants you to strategize more and to be more careful. Think far more about how you're going to approach different enemies. Are you going to avoid them? Yada, yada, yada. What different strategies you'll use. Will you throw the weapon to get in a nice, good shot? Are you going to shoot your bow and arrows to shock the enemies and immediately pick up there? There's so many different ways you can approach your enemies and fight them, or flight, basically. And depending on the circumstances. However, when it comes to the side that is fully against it, I understand where they're coming from too, and I perfectly do agree that the weapons durability system is far too fragile. Absolutely far too fragile. They need to at least buff it a little bit. I wouldn't say go away with it completely. I would say refine it. Kind of like how they refined the stamina gauge from Skyward Sword. That was actually one aspect of Skyward Sword I did hate. I hated the stamina gauge, but Breath of the Wild got me to appreciate it. And I think they refined it and fixed up my issues with it, especially the fact that you can add more tiers to it and the fact that it refills a lot faster. The only criticisms I do have with the stamina gauge, I think it's really stupid that the gliding also is attached to your stamina. It makes sense for running, rock climbing, yada, yada, yada. I think it's also because I've recently played Horizon Forbidden West, the sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn, and it did have some inspirations from Breath of the Wild, actually. And one of them is that Aloy can also glide now. She's got this little cool cybernetic glider thing, and hers, it has no stamina thing or anything like that. And it's really fun to jump off of a high mountain and glide down from it in Horizon Forbidden West. And I would like that. But I have to be careful with my stamina gauge, otherwise I will fall to my death, or at least fall to the point where Link is only to half a heart. Fall damage definitely punishes you a lot in Breath of the Wild, but I'm okay with that. I think that's realistic. I mean, granted, there's always been fall damage in Zelda, And it makes sense if he's falling from 100 feet, it absolutely should kill him. That wouldn't make sense that he could like walk away with just barely walking away. I like
Yeah,
the
mark
food.
your deaths.
Like, yeah, like, so it makes sense. And I don't mind that the game's a lot tougher. That's another thing that's a criticism I don't agree with. Oh yeah, minor criticism. I was somersaulting. Bring that back. Why is that gone? That's always been a thing. I always somersault across Hyrule Field all the time in almost every Zelda game that has a Hyrule Field. And the fact that I have this open world game and I can't just somersault my merry way hundreds of miles is a crime, Nintendo. Give me my somersault back. The dungeons and the shrines are definitely, well, not dungeons, is definitely a criticism aspect, I would say. The test strengths are very redundant, other than some are stronger than others. And you could, because of the open world nature, you could probably stumble across the stronger ones far early in the game, like when you're probably not as ready for it. Now, granted, you still could beat it. Like you could even beat Ganon straight out of the gate after you leave, like the plateau, depending on like how brave you are. Like some people are. It's always fun watching those videos. But it just did get kind of tiring after a while. Like, yeah, sure, first couple of times, fine. But after a while, it is redundant, especially when games have passed in so many different variety of enemies. Now, granted, there's a lot of variety of enemies in the overworld, but I feel like that should also be in your dungeons, too. That's the most memorable part of Zelda, in my eyes, is a lot of the boss fights. And while it's cool that there's a lot of great, like, honestly, it's more fun to fight the enemies in the overworld than it is to fight the strength test stuff, than it is to... Ganon. That's the biggest criticism. Ganon is a very major anticlimactic thing. I hope they do fix that in Breath of the Wild 2. It is relatively easy compared to other things. Now, granted, he can still kick your butt, especially the first phase. The first phase is a little bit tougher. Now, granted, if you've saved the other's champion spirits, it'll at least give you some advantage, but you could still die to him if you're not careful. But it's the second phase where he's in his full beast form mode. It's ridiculously easy to beat him. And that's unfortunate. Because of everything else about the game, I think is really high quality. And the shrines is another thing. Another big thing about Zelda, and I get it, they wanted to go back to their roots of how Zelda was big on exploration, back to the original Zelda, and something they also wanted to explore in Wind Waker, of this big, vast world that you could explore. You could go in any direction and you could find something. And I think Breath of the Wild really captured that amazingly. The shrines, however, is like very tiny. It's like a room of a dungeon, like where you solve one puzzle in that one room of any old dungeon, like of any past Zelda game. Cool Man said this to me before. He's like, if you cut down on the shrines and like literally combined like maybe 10 of them, you could have a full-on dungeon probably with some of those. 10, 15 of them, and that could probably make for, because if the puzzles in the shrines are cool, there's a lot of cool puzzles in the shrines, but it's always just one shrine where there's one cool puzzle. It's like, you're only scratching my puzzle, and I love puzzles so much so. Julie knows this especially because of how much I gush about the puzzles that were in Persona 5 and how much Cool Man and I adore puzzles. We love puzzles in games. We love it. We love puzzles. And like, you just scratch a tiny itch. Like, and I think those are the two most important things about Zelda. Puzzles, exploration. They nailed the exploration. Absolutely. They have fantastic puzzles in the shrines, and you can even argue the way you approach enemies is a puzzle in of itself, because that is problem solving, which is what all puzzles are, problem solving. And there's so many different ways you can exploit it. The physics are fantastic, but it's, I want more. You're probably on the right track when I say you have a something here. You just need to give me more of it. Give me more of it. So good. The puzzles are good. Just give me more of it. But also, really? I complete all the shrines and all you give me is a really lame costume? Like, Link's tunic is iconic. It's very iconic. And nothing against the champion's tunic. I think it's a fantastic look. It is immediately like recognizable when you see that, yeah, that's Breath of the Wild. But it just bothers me that that's not Link's main outfit. That bothers me. That is Link's main outfit. And when you do find a green iconic tunic version for Link, It's terrible on him. It's that classic look, because it was inspired by the old classic look. That classic look fits for the original Link because original Link is a kid. This Link is not a kid. He's an adult. He kind of looks really silly in super short shorts. Like, just saying, it's not a good look for you, Breath of the Wild Link. That's why whenever I play the game, I take the Hylian, that Hylian shirt, the one with the armor and stuff like that you can buy in Kakariko, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And I always go over to Hanato Village and I dye it green. And then I have the Ocarina of Time hat from one of my amiibos that I get because it's the exact same color green. And I'll wear that hat and then the Hylian pants. And I like to see that as a Breath of the Wild Link, like his outfit. Because if it's so cool, especially with all the armor and stuff like that, I feel it fits perfect for a nice iconic look. But if he didn't, honestly, Hyrule Warriors Link would have fit perfectly into Breath of the Wild in terms of like how his design could translate with the other champions. And it's so funny, in Age of Calamity, he actually has the Hyrule Warriors Link outfit as one of his costumes for Breath of the Wild Link. And it looks so good in the Breath of the Wild Link art style. It looks super good, especially with the blue scarf. It fits perfectly with the champions because they have a little bit of blue on their outfits too. It harmonizes it perfectly. Link still has his iconic green look. Again, that's a small nitpick. It's really not big in the grand scheme of things. I just prefer my green Link with his little hat. I don't care if you guys like, oh, we just don't know how to design a cool looking outfit. That's for sure. The Breath of the Wild aesthetic's not cool. But like, I don't know. Hyrule Warriors Link was pretty cool. Skyward Sword, blah, blah, blah. His was cool. Twilight Princess is pretty dang cool. Wind Waker's is cute. Ocarina of Time Adult Link, because these looked cool. Like, I don't know. I feel like you guys could, like, even if it feels derivative of Skyward Sword Link and all the other ones, I think you still could have, like, you could have taken aspects of Skyward Sword and Hyrule Warriors and made it still a nice, like, iconic little design. But that's just me. Okay, those are my nitpicks and genuine criticisms. So things they could fix. Add more dungeons. Add better boss fights. Like, not just tests of strength. Like, add more boss fights. Add more dungeons. Add a better ending fight final boss. I shouldn't have to have a Lionel be far tougher than Calamity Ganon's final fight. Like, the Lionel in the Colosseum has higher health than Calamity Ganon, guys. Like, that's what? But with all those criticisms out of the way, let's talk about this game, shall we? About how amazing it genuinely is. I'm going to, in fact, skip ahead to where I would place it. I would place it in Triforce tier. I would place it below Wind Waker, but before Skyward Sword. I recently started replaying it again on my Switch because I beat it on my Wii U, all the DLC, all the bells and whistles. I started playing it again on my Switch, fell off it, and then I decided to replay it, erase my file, starts fresh again. And I am falling in love with this game all over again of how much it does really well, even with my gripes. Because I have gripes about some of the other games. I would even say I have some, like I said, Wind Waker. Wind Waker's Triforce tier, and its OG game, like it killed its replayability with especially the Triforce Fetch Quest. Breath of the Wild. Now, okay, that's another thing. It doesn't have multiple save files. Fix that too, Nintendo. Why isn't there multiple save files? I should at least have 4 files or something. That's neither here nor there. So Breath of the Wild, what it does amazing. First of all, like Julie, I wasn't big on open world games. I tend to get really bored of them really fast. Now, that might be because of Ubisoft. I've tried playing some Ubisoft games, and I always get bored of their open world. And I'm a big Zelda fan, so of course I wanted to play Skyward Sword. And I was really curious because I'm like, okay, this could be interesting, a world to explore. And it does it so fantastic, by the way. And oh my Lord, I lose so much track of time playing Breath of the Wild. I completely forget what I'm doing. And then I'll be like, the other day when I was replaying it again, I was playing it right before, during my lunch break. I completely lost track of time and I was late for work. Because suddenly I looked at the clock and I was like, oh, crap. It is so easy to lose track of time. Like, you think, I'm going to just go do this one mission. I'm going to go to this one area and accomplish this one thing. The problem is there's so many little discoveries. I've already beaten this game, and there are things about this game that I completely missed. and rediscovering, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Like that, it nailed that feeling of exploration. The one thing I think it edges out on Wind Waker is because if that's what they wanted to get with Wind Waker, they wanted Wind Waker to replicate the feeling of exploration from the OG, of exploring this vast, wide open world. But Wind Waker still feels a little bit empty. Breath of the Wild, there is so much to discover. There is so much to find. So many new little mysteries around the corner, and it nails that. And not only that, it made me give open world games a second chance. And if it was not for Breath of the Wild, I never would have played Horizon Zero Dawn. I never would have played Nier Automata, because I heard Nier Automata's also got a big, big, big wide world as well. I never would have played Ghost of Tsushima. I never would have played Pokemon Arceus. I would not be that interested probably in Sonic Frontiers if it was not for Breath of the Wild. And not only that, Breath of the Wild is a huge inspiration for so many other people. Like, they are taking, like, Horizon, like I just said, Horizon Forbidden West was inspired by a couple of aspects from Breath of the Wild. Elden Ring fully admitted that they were inspired by Breath of the Wild and like its design philosophy. And granted, it interpreted its own Soulsborne way. But Breath of the Wild is also showing, just like Ocarina of Time did, Breath of the Wild is showing its timeless influence to the rest of the world. It's also one of the best selling games because of this reason. Because if it is, even though it's tough, I do say it is newcomer friendly. Like, if you don't like know much of the Zelda lore, it's got so many mysteries about it. Like the debates about where it was and the placement of the timeline, I still remember to this day. It is a fascinating game. It has so much conversation, and it also does well, I think, in like even better than A Link to the Past in terms of you can play in whatever order you want for dungeon and story. Because of A Link to the Past, or not A Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, you still are. There's still some linearity in its story. It holds back on cutscenes and where it tells you as long as you need to accomplish certain XYZ elements. Breath of the Wild, that's why it's light on its story, because it doesn't want the gameplay immersion to be broken by the story. Because there'll be, I'll even use Yakuza as an example. I'm playing Kiwami too. It's really funny because there was this moment in the story where Majima gets very, very hurt trying to help you. And then I go to play a side story, and Majima just shows up, not at all hurt, in this little side quest because he's supposed to show up for this side quest. He's supposed to. The problem is because I played it at this point in the game after when he's supposed to be injured, it kind of broke the immersion there. It's funny because if I could totally imagine Majima as the character who, I'm butchering his name, Majima as the character who would just shake off being a bloody pulp. Like, he absolutely would. But it's still just like, wait a minute. You were like bleeding, bruised, black eye, busted lips. Suddenly you're fine. Hang on. Like, so Breath of the Wild avoided that. And that's why it told a more simplistic story. In terms of, well, maybe not simplistic, like I would say limited. It is smaller in terms of like it's keeping it like away from you because of it needs to not break your immersion. It wants you to be fully immersed in this world, and I think this is one of the most immersive Zelda games. It's sure I want to know more about this story, but the story I do have there, I still think is really good. Seeing after the end of like an apocalyptic event that life still carried on is also, despite how depressing the past is, it is still heartwarming to see that life still carried on and the world was still able to rebuild itself amongst the ashes and the ruins. Like, first of all, to see Kakariko Village thriving. It is thriving. Hanato Village is thriving. And Terrytown, completely, you get to help build a whole new town. I love that. I love seeing Gerudo because in Twilight Princess, the Gerudo were non-existent, which is so sad because it's like, where are they now? Granted, we know Four Swords Adventure in the timeline take place after Twilight Princess, so the Gerudo weren't disappeared from Ocarina of Time. They probably just moved somewhere deeper in the desert. But like, this is like the most grand, extravagant, and thriving community I've ever seen for the Gerudo in the entire franchise. And that is also heartwarming to see. And the Zora's Domain, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. And Julie brought up Mipha and Sidon. They are wonderful, lovable characters. That's the thing. Mipha's history with Link is so fascinating and so heartbreaking and beautiful. Zelda is one of the best Zeldas, I think, right there next to Skyward Sword Zelda. I love her character. How much pressure she's put under. And her father too, he's also tragic. I think people are a little too harsh on him because I understand he's a king and the weight of the world is also on his shoulders, and so he's putting the pressure on his daughter. It's all sad. Reading everybody's diaries are sad. I even like Rivali, a-hole that he is. He's a likable jerk. I kind of like him a lot. And Daruk, I love him. He's fun. He's just a bundle of Goron fun. And Urbosa is Bay. We all know that.
Yeah.
I love this. I love Rijo. I love the Rito's village, like that little. It's just a spiraling tower of rock, basically. But they built this little. It's almost like a tree house, but it's not. It's all on this rock formation around it, which makes sense because they're bird people. But I love the layout of it, and I love each town and each layout. I love the sound design of everything. I love the different weapons. Oh, shoot. That's another thing. What Breath of the Wild 2 could do is they need, kind of like in Fire Emblem with the durability system, is letting us repair weapons. I know you can with that one spear of Mipha's and when you go to Zora's Domain, but that's the only one you can repair. Granted, if you break, it breaks forever. So you have to get a new one made, or you have the Mipha amiibo to bring that weapon back. But I want that, and I want to be able to sell weapons. So if there's any weapons I don't want and I want to get more rupees, I want to be able to sell them. So I add that Breath of the Wild 2, pretty please. What else? I love how big Goron City is as well. I love how giant Elden Mountain is. I love the Lost Woods in this version. It's so big, and I really feel this is the most I feel genuinely lost. In Ocarina of Time, I didn't feel. I think it's because I also memorized everything. I didn't feel like I could get as lost. Twilight Princess was a little bit better at the feeling of I could kind of get lost, but I still feel like I could follow it along not too badly. But this one, I think this really captured the feeling of this is a giant forest that you could easily get lost in. And there's so much this and that. I also like certain special shrine quests that have special requirements where you have to basically reveal the shrine. I also like that one area where it's nothing but pitch black and you have to find the shrine through just all that pitch darkness and all you have is that tiny little torch. I love the different arrows. I love the ancient magic tech stuff that was introduced in Skyward Sword and they built upon in Breath of the Wild. I love the Sheikah. This is the first Zelda game that really expanded upon them. No other Zelda game did. They were always very mysterious. They never really expanded or even showed it. It was always just Impa. Breath of the Wild is the first time we actually finally really truly get to know these people. And it also added the Yiga clan, which is part of that lore of the whole Sheikah because they broke off from the Sheikah. I say, there's more I could probably say that I'm probably forgetting about. But I'm sure Cool Man can bring up some stuff that I probably forgot about. But I would happily say middle of Triforce tier. I will not accept it being below Ocarina of Time at all. Maybe Majora's Mask, but not Ocarina of Time. I think it is, as much as I adore Ocarina of Time, I think this is truly a game that not only revolutionized Zelda, but it's also... Because Ocarina of Time was one of the ones that truly influenced a lot of gaming industry as a whole. Not even just Zelda as a whole. Breath of the Wild is also another one that's done that. And so many other games are feeling its influence. And we're already seeing it in real time now, like with Pokemon, with Elden Ring, with Horizon, with so many others. And I know I'm forgetting. Even Sonic Frontiers is taking a couple of cues from it. That is wild to me that so many other studios, whether from the West or from the East, are all influenced by this game. It is truly incredible. Flaws, warts and all, it is incredible. Okay, Cool Man.
All right, so before I get into my rant, we have Charlie Spur with a $10 super chat Jaffe plays Ocarina of Time. I have to bomb this entrance? How would I know that? There are hidden rooms? How would I know that? Terrible game design. 0 out of 10. Total cash grab.
But David Jaffe, you sure that's not Aaron Hansen?
Maybe. I mean, Jaffe is basically Aaron Hansen's dad, so
David Jaffe is if Aaron Hansen was allowed to develop games in like a major gaming studio.
yeah. You guys don't. Yeah, he makes one game that's kind of a mess, and then everyone else makes games that are better, and then he would keep advertising. I made this game.
Like, some God of War fans can tell you that he didn't even make the best God of War games. So there.
Yeah.
Alternate universe Aaron Hansen.
Same universe.
Older and even more fat Aaron Hansen.
I don't like Aaron Hansen or David Jaffe, so I will make fun of them. And they probably don't care. I'm a nobody on the internet. They're like, whatever, we're rich or at least have money.
Yeah.
What is it? What do we care?
Ghost, I would say DSP is better than Aaron Hansen. DSP is stupid. He can't take responsibility for his actions, but he doesn't go into games with an agenda to try to drive people to hate them.
He's also didn't single-handedly create like a dark age for like the reputation for Sonic. Aaron Hansen's responsible for that. DSP is not.
No. DSP deals with buggy game mechanics. Aaron Hansen is literally just a lying scumbag. But anyway.
And overrated.
Yeah.
DSP is mocked. Aaron Hansen is not... He still is revered by some people, and I do not understand why, especially when I see more and more of how bad he is at video games. JonTron is the only reason I think that he was carried, because of, honestly, Aaron Hansen is not good at video games. Like, he's occasionally good at them.
And he's not even particularly funny either. JonTron was carried him in humor too.
Well, I would even say Dan is way funnier than him.
Yeah, he is. Everyone is funnier than Aaron.
Anyways, there was our Game Grumps rant.
Yeah. So with Breath of the Wild, I actually made a 2-hour video. I'll link this in the chat right now. I made a video of things I think could have be done in a sequel. This was before Tears of the Kingdom had a title. But
to be fair, Tears of the Kingdom only recently was given a title. They've been like holding out on us.
Yeah, I made this video like last year. But yeah, this is a video that if you want to watch it, it's a lot of my ideas of like gameplay, of things that they can do, mini games, outfits, pretty much everything.
Is that static you, cool man? Because Julie's muted.
It might have been me.
It just sounded like somebody had a bag near their microphone.
Oh, I don't have
Not my fault this time.
No, that's my
Don't worry,
earphones.
baby, it's not you.
I put my laptop in my lap, and my earphones were moving again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for stuff that I would criticize Breath of the Wild for, the main thing I would have to do is the basic gameplay. Really, I mentioned this earlier about the more elaborate like sword fighting in like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Breath of the Wild reduces that back to far more simple combos. And I talked about this in my video, but I really would like it if they brought back the more elaborate combos, which, given the fact that Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, both of those are, all about the freedom to move around and do stuff. I think adding more freedom to gameplay would be a really big help. Especially because after I've played Breath of the Wild for, 200 hours across both versions. So it eventually does start to feel just a little too simple. And they could do more to make the weapons more distinct from each other, rather than just having basic. So all the swords and clubs do this, and then all of the.
I would say that they do have some distinctions. The smaller clubs don't move quite like a sword does. However, the bigger, like the bigger ones from the moblins rather than the bokoblins, they do moves no differently than claymores in how you swing them around because they're heavier weapons. And the spears does move very distinctly. The boomerang can work just similarly to the sword. The only difference is you can throw it and it comes back to you if you catch it just right. And am I forgetting? Oh yeah, then you got the little like the Deku leaf, which you can blow wind to temporarily stun an enemy. But yeah, there's
There are very few unique stuff like the Wind Cleaver sword you can get from the big Yiga guys.
which is cool.
Yeah,
they do have the smaller swords too, like that one Sheikah one and the smaller Gerudo one, which is kind of like a short sword, basically.
Oh no! I'm talking about the moves because the Wind Cleaver sword has a unique charge animation where you sheathe the sword and then you do a strike and it sends a wave out instead of just like spinning. So I'm like, there's a lot like of more they can do with that. To make it more make them more distinct and make the different types of weapons feel more useful for different things.
They did have those rods that you can get from the little
the Wizrobes.
Yes, which one's electric, one is ice, one is fire, which is neat. They do also have those types of swords, or those like almost like Claymore style bigger swords, which are also one's fire, one's electric, and one's frozen. So they at least did have a couple of elemental ones to kind of give a little bit. So it does change up how you would do some stuff in gameplay, like rather than just having your elemental arrows. And I do like that bomb arrows is just a straight arrow now, unlike in Twilight Princess where you have to combine them. It's just straight there. And you got your fire, your lightning, and your ice one. And then they also added in the it's not really Sheikah, I guess you would call it, but the ones that you can use against the Guardian. But it instantly vaporizes. Yes, ancient. Thank you. And it instantly vaporizes any other enemy that's not a Guardian. But sorry, I interrupted. But continue.
Yeah, and I agree. Like I have issues with the durability system with the weapons. It's not that the durability is bad, because I see some people try to say that, oh, the durability that makes it bad. No. It's just that the swords are a little too fragile and they don't allow you to repair. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Because I think you brought this up too in your video, was how like, especially how in like Three Houses, which is also on the Switch, how even if a weapon is completely like at 0 in terms of its durability, it doesn't completely 100% break. All it does is 1 damage, and then you just take it to a blacksmith to immediately go fix it, as long as you have the material to fix it.
Yeah, and that would be a really good thing to add for Tears of the Kingdom, where you can repair your weapons. So instead, if you had a sword and that's just a regular broadsword and that breaks, you could say that, okay, you have half a sword, but it's not gone, it's just damaged. And you should be able to take that to a blacksmith and repair stuff.
Or maybe you could sell it to like a merchant for like 1 rupee.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you should be able to sell weapons in general. That's something you can't do. Weapons are like the only thing
that is a weird thing to me, because most games with a weapon durability system, you can also sell those weapons too, which I never understood.
Yeah, it's like, you can sell stuff, but not weapons. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, you can sell anything except weapons, because you can even sell your clothes.
Yeah. So it's just a little weird with that. It's just like, this is something that could be a little tweaked if you have the weapons last longer and you have the ability to repair them. I think that would encourage people to use more weapons, because I'm sure everyone here, when you play Breath of the Wild, you get a nice weapon and then you're like,
favorite.
Yeah, and then you barely use it because you don't want to break it.
Or you got something really nice from an amiibo, and then it's like, well, I don't want to lose this, and then you put it in your house, and then you like never use it.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of the house, that's another thing, is I love the idea of being able to store your weapons, but we need like a proper inventory. Like,
oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Kind of like you had Resident Evil.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like the item boxes in Resident Evil, and you can even actually use that same mechanic. Have a box in every town. You could even tie this into a side quest where you have to like, establish these boxes in each town.
Like some Sheikah thing.
So, yeah, it's some Sheikah like shared like sub-dimension or whatever nonsense.
Some magic tech BS thing.
Yeah, and
Who cares? It works.
yeah, so if you reach a limit on your inventory, you can go to one of these boxes, drop off, have like, I don't know, 100 spaces or something, just that you have a lot of stuff that you can use, a lot of space you can use. It's like there are ways you can mitigate the inventory problem, and I would also say that if Tears of the Kingdom brings back either the Korok seeds or something equivalent, I would say that when it comes to moving past the inventory slots, like once you get all
Oh,
the
yeah.
inventory slots, you need a really good
I forgot to bring up Korok seeds. That's honestly like a great thing though, like expanding your inventory. That's honestly also why I love the Koroks.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
it's
and
so helpful.
but once you get about half of the seeds, that's all you need to boost your inventory. There's no purpose in getting any more. I would actually even say create it, because the idea that I had, and this is in my video, is that if you got all the Korok seeds, I think is about 150.
Mhm.
You know, there's like 450 left after you get all the inventory space. So every 150, you would get a piece of clothing that was Korok themed. But once you get it, you'll see that it's basically a Kokiri outfit.
Oh.
But it would be like all covered in like vines and
Oh, you know what's
plants.
actually a really funny thing? Originally, the Rito weren't going to be introduced to Breath of the Wild. One of the champions was going to be a Kokiri one.
Oh, that
But
would be cool.
I don't know. I don't remember the reasoning behind it, but eventually that got scrapped and they brought the Rito in instead. But I'm like, but granted, we still got the Koroks and they're cute and they're fun. But I'm like, oh, wouldn't that have been so cool if the Kokiri made their return? I know the Koroks are the Kokiri, but like the Kokiri as like the little children. Granted, it probably would have been heartbreaking to see a little child die, but
Well, Thedo.
yeah, I know. Fado's a ghost.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I was thinking, that completed like Kokiri outfit could give you like a massive boost to wooden weapons that would make them like way more powerful, because they're effectively useless otherwise.
Oh,
But
I guess that is a criticism. Some of the outfits like have like the climbing one helps you climb better. There's the electric thing, which is kind of useless if you get the helmet from Regio, which also is the same effect. There's the one that prevents enemies from attacking you. There's the night one. There's the one that makes you more silent. But I feel like there's not enough ones that have more like status effects, like or stuff that's on top of it. So like maybe like a weapons boosting thing. Like the only one is the Fierce Deity outfit, which boosts your attack.
yeah. Yeah, and like that's the thing, is for something like the climbing gear or the rubber suit, like that stuff like that should also let you climb in the rain.
Yes, that's that's another gripe.
Yeah.
Well,
When it rains, like you can't climb
I hate
at
climbing.
all.
You just have to stay and wait till the rain passes, or you go under a bridge and you can climb a little bit higher if you're like climbing up a bridge.
Yeah.
But you go under the bridge and you just stay there, and then you wait to a certain point, and then you just carry on your merry way after the rain stops.
Yeah, like I feel like they really wanted the weather to affect you, but I feel like there were some things that could be refined in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, like I don't think that's a bad idea in concept. Like the idea, like, oh shoot, take off anything metal if like it's thunderstorms, like that's fine. Oh shoot, it's raining, so it's too slippery to climb. That's fine. I just think, just like how if I take off metal, then lightning won't hit me. I feel like there should be some item that should let me climb while it's raining.
Yeah.
But that's a quality of life thing they could change. But anyways, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. So like when it comes to like I agree with I mean, you referenced stuff that I'd said about like if they combined a bunch of the shrines into like dungeons, like that would be equivalent of a normal Zelda dungeon. Like I miss proper dungeons, even the divine beasts, as fun as they are all on the smaller side, but they don't really feel, they're all very homogenous in their design.
I would consider them almost the equivalent to the size of the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time, like probably one of the smaller Zelda dungeons.
Yeah. And like it's like they took all of the dungeon stuff and they split them off amongst all of the shrines and the divine beast. And if you cut down the shrines to just the locations of like what should be important warping spots, then you could literally combine them and make fully fledged dungeons. And like when it comes to the shrines, I like a lot of the unique stuff, like the ones that actually feel like dungeons themselves, like you have to run around them and fight the little robots, and you have to solve multiple puzzles instead of it just being like a room with one puzzle. Like those are great, but they never really lasted that long.
Oh, you know what they could do? What if we cut everything straight down in half? What if there's 100 shrines? So you still have a couple of tests of strengths. You still have different puzzles, like tiny mini little things here, there, littered all throughout the map, and dungeons.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of also what the shrines are, to serve a purpose for, to give you a warp point to cut back on travel.
Yeah. Well, and you could even just change it so that like not all warp points are shrines, because
or even if more of them are like the ones where really the problem is, like, maybe there are a bunch of littered shrines, but more of them are the point is to try to get the shrine to appear, and then you go and just meet the monk and he gives you, the little piece that you need. Like maybe more of those types of shrines where it's just the puzzle is trying to awaken that shrine, but we still have maybe 5 or 6 dungeons on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, there's stuff that could be done with that. As far as the story, like the story of Breath of the Wild is fine. I know some people didn't like it, and I don't think that's inherently wrong of them to not enjoy it if they wanted more of a story. I feel like the thing with Breath of the Wild is that I would want more in the sequel, because the story of Breath of the Wild is purposefully designed the way it was. Like you said, it was designed to limit the contradictions and the lacking of
so immersion's not broken from gameplay.
The immersion, right? So that you have solid immersion, because there isn't a whole lot of story, so there's less to be distracted from. So, but like with whenever you did the 4 like regional stories about that region's champion, like those were great while they lasted, but they were all pretty relatively short. And it's especially weird when some of the stuff that happens is really interesting and you don't really spend a lot of time on it. Like when you go and you infiltrate the Yiga clan in the Gerudo plot.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, and then boom, that's it. That's all you do with the Yiga outside of fighting random dudes. It's like there are things that Breath of the Wild could improve on, right? It really could. Like Tears of the Kingdom could.
Yeah. What I do like about that whole the Yiga thing, that carries over once you beat that side plot, though. Because of every Yiga you run into after that, will reference whenever you defeat them. They will always reference that. So it's not ever the emergent. So even if you do that one other side quest of that one Yiga that's blackmailing that Sheikah guy, that if you defeated Koga, that's still going to be referenced. So it's not your immersion is not broken. Sorry, I just giggling at something in the private chat. I love you, Julie.
Well, but with stuff that Breath of the Wild does good is, as much as it could be refined, I do like the fact that they're experimenting with the durability system, even if it has its problems, because it does get you to try to use different types of weapons. I normally wouldn't be using the spears or the claymores, but I find that they're useful in certain situations. And sometimes if a sword breaks, well, I'll switch to another thing. But
and you can experiment so much with your combat, especially with the physics of the world as well.
Yeah, the physics are so good in this game. For this being their first time to try to integrate the significant physics engine into Zelda, they did such a good job.
There are still people to this day finding different ways to exploit this game and do crazy wild pulling off all these maneuvers. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really helps with the experimentation when you're allowed to explore in whichever way you want, whether that means just running around, flying, or jumping off of a Bokoblin's head and flying 300 feet into the air. And but like, yeah, it's like the exploration is just so addictive in this game. I've played a number of
Yeah, the
open world.
freedom. I think that's like they wanted truly to give true player freedom in this game.
Yeah, like I have, because it's funny because I remember a little while ago when I was making my video on Breath of the Wild, like what they could do in the sequel, I decided to just get back and play more Breath of the Wild just to sort of like reacclimate myself to it and sort of see like, oh, this is what I like, this is what I didn't like, and I ended up beating the game again. I was just like, I was just, it was addictive running around, even though I'd already spent another 160 hours in the Wii U version, and I played it on the Switch. I just, I had to play more and more and more. It's just, it was addictive. I wanted to explore even areas that I had already seen before. Like it felt after coming back to it after a year or so, it was like a whole new game.
It's just a funny feeling. I just noticed that when I was replaying it recently too. I'm like, wait, I've already found this stuff like this and that, like this little hidden area that found this, but it almost felt like playing it for the first time again. I can't put my finger on why this feeling, but it somehow made it feel like I was discovering these things for the first time again.
Mm.
I don't know what it is. It's this magic to this game.
Yeah, like you can tell they did put a lot of work into wanting to make people explore. Like those several years of delays, it's like I can see they put that to good use, because even if there's not a whole lot going on in the overworld, like you can still just get lost and just have fun for hours doing effectively nothing.
Yeah. You could like ignore a lot of side quests and the main quest, and there's still so much to do.
Yeah, it's amazing that like it, for everything that they may have sacrificed with the story and keeping it minimal with just isolated stories and then the flashbacks, like you can tell that they did that with a purpose. Like they didn't just do that
gameplay first and foremost was its focus.
Yeah, and for any complaints I may have about the gameplay, it plays great. It just could be better.
Oh, one thing I did leave out in praise because I wanted you to cover it because I feel you would have the most to say about it is the cooking.
Yes. See, now the cooking is actually something really interesting because it is fun to play the cooking. Like it's fun to just get these things get these items and putting them together. Like for the first time in years, I got pen and paper down and I started writing down ingredients. Like I would write down recipes for stuff and like what they did. Like if I put
taking notes.
Yeah, I haven't taken notes in a video game since like what 15 years. Like it's been such a long time. And I found myself not even thinking about it. I just started writing this down because I wanted to keep track of it.
Yeah, and you know what also made me take notes was the Great Fairy upgrades. That was the first time in a long time I was taking notes on anything of like what I would need and what amount I would need in order to upgrade different outfits.
Yeah,
I like haven't taken notes on anything in a long while.
Yeah, it's so funny because like you can tell like when they said they took inspiration from the classic original game, like you can feel it because but they didn't just make it obtuse, they just made it to where you wanted to learn, you wanted to keep track of things.
You genuinely wanted to explore this world and discover its mysteries.
Yes. And that's an amazing accomplishment to take the feeling of the old game had back in the 80s and make a modern reinterpretation of that.
But it's not like it's copy and paste. Like
No.
As much as I love Twilight Princess, how you said Ocarina of Time 2.0, it is very much Ocarina of Time, but let's take something great and make it even better. This was very much like, yeah, sure, let's take like cues from Wind Waker and the original of that exploration, but it truly wanted to make something its own. It's not exactly the old one or the old one, but better. It's
Yeah.
like it gained its own identity, taking inspiration from that feeling of exploration from Wind Waker and the original.
Mm.
And even a little bit of Elden Ring, too.
Yeah.
I mean, not Elden Ring, sorry.
Oh, Scrolls.
Elder Scrolls. I'm tired. It's
Yeah,
been
I
so much.
understood what you were saying. I actually didn't even notice you said it wrong at first.
I was just like, wait, no, that's wrong. Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Like, that's what
Yeah.
it was like, also taking a couple keys from that. But I tried playing Skyrim. That was another game that I tried to play, and I know everybody loves Skyrim. It's on almost every console for a reason, like Resident Evil 4. But I kind of got bored of Skyrim. And it's not Skyrim's fault. I was at a period where I just didn't care for Elden Scrolls. Oh gosh, I said Elder Scrolls. I'm so sorry.
No,
chat.
it is Elder Scrolls. It's Elder Scrolls and Elden Ring.
Okay, don't trick me, chat. I'm so tired. It's like past my bedtime. I'll believe you. I'll actually believe you. But yeah, I like I can't go back to any games of old that are open world before Breath of the Wild.
And it's funny that Breath of the Wild took inspiration from the Ubisoft towers that everyone hates now, and they made it work on their first try.
Well, yes, because they try to do something a little bit different with each tower. Horizon Zero Dawn did something similar with the tall necks, where not every single tall neck is the exact same of how you get to the top. And even the sequel, Forbidden West, has more tall necks. And even that doesn't try to be exactly the same in terms of how you get to the top from its predecessor. And I think it's funny because both of those games came out the same year. So I felt like both of them were like, we can't be exactly like Ubisoft. Let's try giving some variety. It's not like the most amazing, groundbreaking thing, but it's just that little bit of just variety that makes it just like, good. It's not exactly the same. Like the test of strength.
Yeah. Too many of those tests of strength that are all the same. Once you get used to them, they stop being hard.
Basically, they've worn out their novelty.
Yeah. But yeah, like with Breath of the Wild, they really proved that they could break from so many traditions. And that's cool. I'm really happy for you. And I'm going to let you finish. But I think that they can move back towards those traditions.
I think marry the two.
Yeah, like not leave everything that they established here, but find a happy middle ground.
Yeah, I think like Breath of the Wild already has a perfect solid groundwork, just like Ocarina of Time had a perfect solid groundwork. Now, Majora's Mask it and build upon it.
Yeah. You mean Tears of the Kingdom?
No, I'm talking about how like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Tears of the Kingdom, be like Majora's Mask or like a Wind Waker or Twilight Princess and build upon your predecessor. Or like Ocarina of Time, built upon A Link to the Past. I feel like Breath of the Wild has that potential for its sequel to build that same exact groundwork. And already we feel its influence. So many developers have admitted how much Breath of the Wild has influenced them.
Yeah, it's really crazy how Nintendo does their first open world game and they become the trendsetter and the biggest influence in the industry.
Like to the point where From Software, even Sony and other games were inspired by it. Think about that.
Yeah. It is really amazing that despite any flaws it may have, Breath of the Wild is an amazing game.
So with all that said, where would you put it?
I would put it smack in the middle of Triforce tier. Because it's really amazing, but it's got a few of those things holding it back because they were experimenting so much. Whereas something like Twilight Princess was refining an existing formula. Breath of the Wild broke from that formula.
But I understand why. They didn't want people to consider them stale. They wanted to try to do something new, which is, I don't think that's like, I don't think that that's something that should be faulted.
No, absolutely not. Like, I like the fact that they tried something new, but now that you've proven that you don't need to follow every single like tradition, maybe we can go back to some of those traditions.
A couple of them, not a lot of them. Like Breath of the Wild's already great as it is, but it can be better.
Yeah.
So after we laid out probably a little bit more in depth, now granted, that's because of you and I have both beaten it, cool man. Julie and Janie, do you agree with his placement? Because I do. After hearing what we had to say.
I do agree with it. Just because, like, I just know this game is really good, even though I didn't beat it. And, like, you guys make so many good points about it since you did actually beat the game. So it's like, I just agree.
And I agree too. Like they were obviously experimenting with a lot, so there are going to be a few bumps. So I do agree with your placement.
All right, we're unanimous.
Yeah, so that means we have finished officially our ranking of the Zelda games.
It should not be any surprise that the CDI games is straight at the bottom.
Yeah, and that smug little face.
We all
is
saw
just
that
so
coming.
funny.
It had to be there. All right. That's the only reason why I also wanted to include spin-offs too, because I'm just like, listen, there isn't in the main line and even the Nintendo based or a couple of the others, there's no such thing as a bad Zelda game.
There
except
really
for this
isn't.
one. Like only that one. That is the only one. Even the ones that I haven't played, I can't say they're bad games, but I haven't heard horrible things about the Game & Watch or Triforce Heroes or Cadence of Hyrule or even the Tingle Games. I haven't heard a single negative thing about them.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you could say, well, I mean, but some of the other games have their haters. Well, sure, but they're wrong.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Aaron Hansen.
All right. This might be your longest stream you've ever done, cool man.
Yeah. If anyone who's still left, thank you for watching. Because
to be fair, Zelda is like my favorite franchise out of all video games. I think I gab too much, and I apologize for talking too much, but I can't help it. I love this franchise that much.
Yeah. Tight.
And on that note, thanks
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, so have a nice day.
And
Or
thank
night,
also
or-
we should thank our guests.
Yes, thank you, Julie, and just absolutely super for helping us determine our rankings.
And sticking around for so long. I am so sorry, ladies.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
fun.
it's only 10 for me, so
That's true. You're 2 hours before us, so it's not as late for you.
yeah.
No, this was fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
You're
it was
welcome.
fun.
We should do a stream at some point. It's some point in the future, but with every single Ace Attorney character. I think that would be hilarious with the 4 of us.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That was just something I thought about, and I wanted to quickly throw that out there. But thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have
All
a
right.
good night, and happy October 1st.
Good
Yep.
night.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.